You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Sweet, sweet Trinidad. To leave here, boy, you must be mad. This is the land of milk and honey, rum and coke and easy money. While those verses we were singing, alarm bells kept on ringing. Pundits on each pulpit saying, oh heart and our soul decaying. Suddenly we wake up to a living nightmare of bliss while the Editorial says, how did we ever come to this? But so long we hear it, you got to stand up and be counted. For daily verity be dated. Every day I next to witness silence while we recoil from the violence. In our land there is a crisis, broke police, unruly ISIS, while sweet revenge gangs exacting. Police commissioner still acting Trinbago. It's time. We separate the goat from the sheep. Tell them talk is cheap. Reporting the world when we have to read. While them police busy playing hide and seek. We're facing the world when we have to read. Hey. Oh yeah. Oh. They want and Trinidad and Tobago. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In our school kids getting on, who were fighting, making porn. Our school girls you won't believe, live MMA they couldn't weave. Check the vibes they're living by, dance all slackness, get rich or die. Alkaline to Movado, mention my stroke they don't know. No morals, no ethics, there is a centrifugal black hole. But we must move quick to pick their conscience and save their soul. So long we've been hearing evil triumphs when good men do nothing. No triggers pump while birds be frothing, and while church attendance real low. Protest populace them casino, while black market prices happening. Through our ports the big guns they smuggling. Spanish women are hot like their music. Bossy salsa, human traffic, Trinbago. We can't wait. The devil making hair while we sleep. Tell them talk is cheap. We're caught in the world and we have to read. While we look on them as more mothers who we're in the world and we have to read. Oh yeah. Oh no. Busy street, yes, in our city. Chilled by beasts who show no pity. Now there's fear and trepidation. What is happening to our nation? So I pray this one infraction will propel us into action. Trinbago, the time is now. We have to take our country back while these monsters flow. We cannot run from their attack. That is why I'm still saying, time to stand up and be counted. Our young girls, they're being hunted, not for jobs by institutions, but by clubs for prostitution. free. Before more of our daughters step foot to sleep. Must of this world we have free. Time to stand up and be mounted. We must defeat this stranded mountain. We cannot wait for no messiah. Like zero feeling through the fire. But while the flames we keep romancing, the grim reaper keeps advancing across the land. It casts the shadow, slashing victims through the marrow. Trindlego, the time is now. Look how the price we paying don't steep. Why some labor keep the world and we have to read. We need a fresh new brew for a broad price. So we must stop this world and we have to read. Save our land, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yes, 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 yes. Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's no other than In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And let me bring in 1/3 of the Dark Triplets here. No other than Diana, Waveney, Benskin, McDonald. Diana, how are you?
What going on?
Yeah, I was worrying you for a little bit. Yeah, your bell. Let me see your bell. What bell is that, Yari? That's a bell? What kind of bell is that? Please, come on, man.
That's a crystal bell.
No. You gotta get a bell like stocks, man. What kind of?
And well, I can't find that here. And see this drink here? This drink
Yeah.
gonna keep me nourished.
What is
Yeah,
that? A
but
punch of cream?
there's banana and oatmeal.
With some punch in it? A little punch? No punch in it?
There's a smoothie.
A smoothie?
Mhm.
All right. A smooth smoothie?
Mhm.
A smooth smoothie?
Everybody have a drink here tonight. Everybody got Guinness, all kind of things. So I decided to come in with a smoothie, a banana and
Oh,
oatmeal.
so
Mm.
I need to go. I need to get something too then,
Hmm.
because I understand this thing. If everybody has something and me or nothing.
Lana have a Guinness.
Uh,
Takesha have what could Takesha have?
hey Tommy, fix your camera.
Ulrich has something. Wow, fish
Uh,
have a fish broth. You ain't
uh,
read the chat? Yeah, everybody coming in with something to drink. So I said, what? Let me go and get something here too.
well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, Tommy, you're looking a little better. Then move it to your right a little bit more to your right. Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I
All
ain't
right.
seeing Tommy.
You're looking nice there. Now, when fix the camera first.
Mm.
Tommy, what taxi inside? I want you to fix your camera there a little bit. Yeah?
Tommy,
Yeah.
I had to come for with a drink. Yeah, you're not hearing us. You're
Yeah,
muted.
I'm on mute your mic. All right,
Yeah,
we hear
yeah,
you
yeah.
now. Go ahead.
I have a drink and it's called sorrel.
You have a sorrel drink?
Everybody with something in the village. You slow. Or call your wife until she bring you something. And it better not be red.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why not?
No, we on a red drinking here tonight.
No. I like shandy.
See, you're always drinking a stag. What Takesha punching on water, Diana.
All you drinking a stag?
Takesha
All
drinking
you
punching on water. What
think
Lana drinking punching water, stag and Guinness. What?
all you think back in a gear. Think back in a gear in the village. Well, you know that. Yeah, we in a gear in the village.
Okay. That's the good news.
Yeah, we back in a gear. So here what it is. Here why we in a gear now. The first person in tonight again was no other than Nadia.
Yeah.
And Nadia was first, second, and third.
Woo! Yeah,
Here's
yeah,
Nadia.
Nadia.
Here's Nadia. Second comment. Hi, Wall Street darling.
Woo!
You're
Eddie!
back in business.
Eddie!
Yeah,
You're
so
back
we
in
in a
Eddie,
gear.
business.
We back in a we in a gear. We in a gear. We back in a gear. First take that and weep, partner.
Cindy says she got a corona. Somebody got Bailey's. What? Yeah, boy.
First take that in your perfume.
Wait, Nadia drinking water and minding she business.
Eh? I like that. Dave Rambaran, welcome. Tekisha, you inside. Yeah, what Dave Rambaran drinking?
I don't know what Dave Ramran
Wait,
drinking.
look, Dave just come in and just so he's saying Tekisha, hi, darling. Where's that one?
Don't get involved with them. They just have their own conversation
All right, I
offline,
stay
you know.
note of that.
Okay.
I that me, eh? Tekisha, apologize. I stay note of that. Fish stick, you inside. I stay note of that, boy. Not me, nah. Me ain't getting nobody business. I leave it to the owner quarter.
You're drinking your water.
Yeah, I drinking my water. I'm not taking no bamboo, but my name is business.
Oh God!
Wait now, fish stick. Yeah, what to do?
Fish stick cooking.
What you doing, what?
I'm good, Joan. A little bit under the weather. The coldness has got me, you know. I'm there.
What fish stick doing?
He cooking.
I hear you.
Fish stick say he cooking.
Say that again.
He's cooking.
What? I didn't hear you.
Oh Lord.
Look, he said fish done cook, he come back.
What? What? I didn't hear.
He done cook.
Oh, all right. Look, I just see the throw with the boiled water. All right.
Goodness.
District say we need to bring in Joel D'Souza. Of course, it's all comers in the village, you know. Send Joel D'Souza number for us, and we'll show them bring in Joel D'Souza. No problem. Lana, you inside? Yeah,
somebody say you ironed our suit tonight. Your wife ironed our suit for you.
Who said that? Who said that one?
Takisha.
Takisha, my wife getting that way. Will bring in my wife in that just so is that one?
Takisha the fish.
You inside, boy? Yeah. Wait. What is that dwarf banana? That short banana? What?
I don't know. Lana, have the sniffles. Drink some peppermint water. Yeah,
you know
the better
dwarf banana? For me.
Yes, sir.
You know is that dwarf banana?
It's news to me.
A sticky fig.
I know about sticky. I know about chiquito, but I ain't know about dwarf banana.
A dwarf banana is a sticky fig.
I know Grand Michel.
No. I don't know what they're talking about.
It have dwarf bamboo too.
Eh? Takisha says I feel handsome wearing red or going on just like a prime minister tonight. I can't afford them sue the prime minister that's buying, you know. But we'll get all of that story next day. I can't afford them. You know. All right. Say no more.
Diana, drink a punch, and I don't have punch, and I have Jamaican white rum. Near to the end of the show, I might throw some in my thing here.
Yeah, like Lana got vexed already, but Takisha, WASA 3 days water plan is madness. Why they don't fix the damn leaks all over the place? And all the listener, all you WASA say that work they only big time there is 14 million. Let me get that one. Let me start with that one because
the most expensive in 2 years.
Yeah. 14 million. Let me see if I have that one here, boy. Here we go.
They dig a set of holes.
Oh, you see that?
Yeah.
14 million and beat them so bill, boy. You know, That real shit down there, boy. Have to be that plenty shit that in the beaten, boy.
No, you don't remember what they said about there? That's bringing in a lot from many different sources to go to the treatment plant.
So it's an accumulation of shit. Yeah, you know, them fellas and them is real jokers, and now they move it to the 18th. They said they will finish on the 18th now.
They're trying for the people. They're trying to stave the
Right.
people off from rioting.
I told them before, and I said earlier.
They're going to block the street. Go and block the damn street. They will move up the date.
But I told them, I said, all you come and be transparent with the people. Tell the people we can't finish it till the end of the month. Every time they come, they shift in the goalpost. It was the 31st, then it's the 7th, then it's the 18th. And they know fully well, it cannot be done by the 18th. Oh God, man, all you come on, man. All you just got to tell people the truth. Just tell them the truth and let them live it. Be transparent, right? But let me put this back up. 14 million, boy, for Beatum sewer bill. 14 million. Well, at least they're spending almost the same amount as they're spending with the cow pens. Right? So it's seen anything have to do with something kind of underhanded, they're spending plenty money. 14 million in the Beatum. 14 million. Oh, don't worry. You know what I say? All you drink water, live in sewer, take bamboo, and mind your business.
But why? My thing is, why can't the people get a fresh truck of water to drink? The poor woman today
Diana,
say she throat sore.
Diana.
Yeah.
Diana, you see that what you talking about there? WASA come out with something, All right? Don't try to make WASA look bad, Diana.
Why they can't put a thing what they come up with?
WASA say our truck-borne water service is free.
Oh, really?
Look at there. Why you getting upset with WASA? Truck-borne service free. You may not get it, but it's free.
Oh, Jesus.
Right? WASA. Free truck-borne service.
But how we can't get to the Beatum yet?
But then I'll just tell you. The service is free. You may not get it, but it's free. That's what they come out and say. Our truck-borne water service is free.
The tail wagging the dog in Beatum, yes? I don't know. In WASA. The tail wagging the dog.
But Diana and Tommy.
Oi.
You hear or anybody, any radio program in Trinidad and Tobago still covering anything that's going on in the Beatum?
Nope.
Talk about it for a second.
Negatory. I don't think so.
Oh, God, not Tommy. They talk for it for at least 30 seconds. They talk about it. No. Tommy, you're trying to make WASA look bad. I feel so.
This should be on MP Hines's itinerary all month long, all week long. He should be making a visit. He should be there. The Minister of Work should be visiting these people. The Minister of Health should be in there. The Prime Minister should be in there. I don't see none of them go. The opposition leader should be in there. I don't see none of these people going there to care about these people. I don't see nobody going there.
WASA got it all under control. $14 million later. Yeah.
I don't see nobody going there.
Yeah, all you know how much thing has been done for
Victor Roberts.
Well, that's about 2 million US. All you know how much thing for anyway. Let me don't say that. I'm gonna leave that alone. 14 million, but that's a big bill, boy. Yeah, boy. Lana said I'm putting on a PDP suit tonight, boy.
Somebody say you buy it in you buy it in Walmart.
In Walmart?
Yeah.
No, I stopped shopping Walmart a while ago.
But did it hit you hard?
Yeah,
I shop at Walmart. So I ain't ashamed to say so.
No, I think I stopped shopping.
Walmart is right up the road from me. I get my bargains there. That's where I got my 75-inch TV from for cheap, cheap.
You know what it
Black
say?
Friday.
You know what it say? You know what
Well,
people that say
well, don't
cheap
tell me
thing
about
no
cheap.
good.
No, I got it on Black Friday. So here, discount. Well, Anselm the
Yeah.
standpipe go have water for 3 days, right?
No. Hey John, welcome. What are you talking?
Uh,
Vonnie Roberts, welcome.
Antonio, you ready for carnival in your house? In what way, Antonio? You bought a cow pen?
Yeah. A cow pen? Nah. Paging all Takesha says paging all members in the chat. Please put on all your guys' sunglasses. The show going to be bright. Yeah. It's bright tonight. Bright. We ain't mixing up nothing in the village tonight.
Remind, let me see if I find mine.
Hey, yeah, all is safe, you know. Diana go bring she dog to bite anybody who attack the village people. Only
I
thing
get
that
in
dog
there.
go bite.
I
That dog go
get
bite.
him Thursday. Hopefully Thursday, latest Friday. He's a puppy. He ain't biting nobody yet.
But you know, in this day and age, Lana said, "I'm telling how we gonna make out with this water 3 days and kids out of school." No, what is that one? All in our water for 3 days? That is what it is? That is what going on? No.
Good night,
Nah.
Mr. Watson.
Yeah.
Are you just come in here and say good night to Carissa alone? She's the only woman in here. What's wrong with you?
Nah, lick him out, slap him.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Slap.
Yeah, you think Carissa is the only woman in the village?
Yeah, don't try that.
I have seniority in here, you know.
What is that one, boy, Chris?
Ooh. Everybody
Yeah, Chris. Watch yourself.
everybody they waiting, boy.
What are you waiting for?
Iowa George need to handle this water problem.
You want a Lord, boy?
Antonio, you had chat. Wait, they're regulating water for 3 days at WASA in a pandemic. In a pandemic. They gave people 3 days of water. Nobody listened to that editorial I told them about how Bermuda handles their water short. Nobody listens, Anselm. They don't listen to knowledge that being spit for free.
You know, the Prime Minister says he's gonna make some changes to the Constitution, right?
I hope it's for the benefit of the people. Yeah, I hope it's for the benefit of to take the country forward. And you need to start with a permanent secretary, and you need to start with the Speaker of the House too. Yeah. And if you want a good Speaker of the House, look me right here. I'll take that job. Things will get done.
Chris Watson said the best way to keep people in poverty is to make them self-destruct. The best way to keep people in poverty is to make them
you were on earlier? Well, sorry, Chris.
Who's that, Chris?
He said he was on earlier and said hi to the village. Sorry,
okay.
you won't get pinched.
You're blasting the fella, and you wasn't even looking in the chat to see the man.
Well, he's a man. He could take. He's supposed to take licks.
Oh, you could take licks.
Yeah, he's a name man.
Oh, so because he's a male, he should be able to take licks.
Yep. He back broad, and he from Chumakak too. He's supposed to take licks.
Nah, you know from Chumakak.
Right. Okay.
Right. Hey, Chris, this is the one I wanted to play for you. Listen to this.
I think there are two ways in which people are controlled. First of all, frighten people, and secondly, demoralize them. An educated, healthy, and confident nation is harder to govern. And I think there's an element in the thinking of some people. We don't want people to be educated, healthy, and confident because they would get out of control. The top 1% of the world's population own 80% of the world's wealth. It's incredible that people put up with it, but they're poor, they're demoralized, they're frightened, and therefore they think perhaps the safest thing to do is take orders and hope for the best.
Hear that, Chris? Full 100. And
Yeah, I never was good at taking orders except when I was in the military. So I always questioned. I questioned my teachers at high school. I questioned my professors. So I, you know, that what he is, whatever he's saying there. I challenged the boogie monster who abused me. So you know, and that was my lowest point. You know, so your abuser. So I
Ulrich,
challenged
good
that
night.
theory.
Good night, Ulrich. But wait now, Diana,
Um,
Ulrich coming tonight, right? Normally, Ulrich will say, "Hi, Miss Diana." You know who he said good night to first tonight? Lana.
yeah, that's all right.
What is going on, boy?
I don't
Something,
know.
nah, boy. Something was saying giving all in the water. Some,
He like
something,
Indian. He likes Indian women. He don't like African girls. So
you
what
know.
can I say?
Joan wants to know. Joan wants to know. Hope Wall Street bringing on Sharon Felix too.
What Alvin Singh say here? Who's Alvin Singh? Come in
Yeah,
here with our measurements. Well,
but
I did
Alvin
a
was there
large
before.
14 by 8 by 20 to
No,
hold water in Caroni. I don't
Alvin
know.
was
Is
there
that
before. Alvin was there. Winston Renwick, good night. Who is JD? Anybody know who's JD?
JD?
JD, yeah. Only I think JD knew, you know. Say hello to JD, everyone. JD says hi, everyone. Maybe somebody know.
Put it up. Let me see.
Welcome to the village, JD.
Put it up. Let me see. Put up the comment.
Look at it. JD.
I'm not seeing it.
It's on the screen.
I seen Lada.
No, look JD up on the screen. I'm like, you have a Me Too phone on. Tommy, you seen it?
Gee. Yeah, I seen it on my phone, but I want to see the
No, but if
JD.
it's on your phone, it had to be somewhere else. Albert
No,
Montano.
on my computer it's delayed. So
Well, I move it now. Look, it just come back with JD says hi. Well, let's say hello to JD. Albert Montano, how things going in Canada, boss? Or we're trying to make up things now. He said good night, Lana, then you're going to good night to Keisha. All right, don't try that, you know. All right,
where's J? Where JD? Where are you from? I'm trying to ascertain.
oh, hey, Ulrich, how the Valentine Flowers Day sale went? Because I hear to say you sell out by your green flowers, but you sell out. You sell out Ulrich, boy. But Ulrich, you have any more them bed and breakfast available without the stairs?
Without the ladder.
Yeah, without the ladder.
Oh
Ulrich, I want bread and breakfast. Wait. Hey, Albert. Albert, we gotta play the disclaimer after this, you know. Albert said Tuco cancel all Calypso shows. Only PNM Calypsonians will take part. Crow, Dwayne O'Connor, and Black Sage for Gypsy and Colin Lucas PNM show under NCC to get the money. Albert, where's that one, man? But I know they canceled the extempo last night. They're supposed to have it tonight.
God.
So you gonna say only PNM Calypsonian? Everybody had to get paid, man. You know, it's a
I
taste
see.
of carnival. You know?
I see Baron get a street name by him.
Yeah, I noticed that. But wait now.
Mm-hmm.
Could the opposition name a street after somebody? I don't understand that one. Explain that to me now. I don't understand that.
They are the opposition. They represent people.
How could they have street naming? You mean they own a corporation in a community, and by being in charge of the corporation, they could do that, right? No, I'm just trying to find out. Right? Is that what it is?
I don't know. But he get a street name after him. That's all I concern about.
All right, Lana, thanks, boy. Lana said, bless good night, answer me. Looking sharp tonight, boy. Thank you so much, man.
Okay. I thought JD was a Grapevine family member. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Fish stick say, Takesha Silana with fish stick and some dress up in his suit, boy.
So if all your water or the waterborne service is free, how come it ain't reach in the Betham yet? You know why so y'all
No,
so
no,
full of
it ain't
tutu?
rich.
Huh?
Yeah,
Y'all so full of tutu. It go wait, it in route, it gotta go down Caripichima and go Manzanilla and up Toko and round to Maracas and come around Goodwood
wait now.
and then
Hold on.
all is so full of tutu. Shoo.
Wait now. Let me call this fella and see if he coming or not. Because I send him the link. I'm gonna see if he's coming. Folks, we're supposed to have our first guest, Inshan Ishmael, but I ain't seen him. And I know where Gary is either. Let me see. So let me see, boss. Hey, Ulrich, for a man who's a tailor boy, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And that's the next election will be political. Wolf.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, Inshan is Ansam from WZYE 95.9 FM. I Ansam from WZYE 95.9 FM, the radio program. I'll send you the link for you to come on. Oh, okay. All right. Just when you come home 10 minutes, just log in, okay? No problem. Yeah, bye. All right, folks. So that was Inshan Ishmael. He was outside of his house. He should be back home in 10 minutes. So we will continue here. Lana said next election will be political war. Right? Lana, I don't know all your posting of these things about fish cooking, you know. Fish can cook. I never see a fish cook in my life yet. Tommy.
Yes.
You ever see a fish cook?
I never see a fish cook, but I've cooked fish.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was saying you cook fish. Lana said about fish cooking. You mean the cooking fish? Nana, fix the thing, man. You know what I mean? Fish cooking. All it's drinking a stag.
Somebody wants to pay you a visit in New Jersey. They say they ask if we're gonna treat them like if you treat Rowley.
No, it's only good cheap, no?
I think you're famous for that, you know.
For what is that? What is that one?
Well, I visited him in New Jersey and he treated me very well.
Well,
I ain't get no callaloo and all that, but you know, I still get something.
Yeah. Tell me what you're saying.
You're famous for being a host.
A host? Nah. Yeah. Them when me go along, get along, pay them gang. They tell me, boy, he because he was the prime minister, he's coming and tell everybody. Who you want me to tell? Huh? Who you want me to tell? Go and tell dead people. Eh?
Oh boy.
But when you do things, you should keep your mouth shut. You know, but people, there are 3 new universities opening up in Trinidad. Eh? All you about that?
Yeah.
Serious? You hear about 3 new universities opening up in Trinidad?
Yes, enlighten us.
Well, UWI is getting very overcrowded. University of Trinidad and Tobago, it's getting overcrowded as well. So they open up 3 new universities, right?
Okay.
And it's only PhD you're getting.
Oh Lord.
University of Dotishology, University of Stupidology, and University of Foolology. And you need many PhDs in them university. Already in Doc, one fella.
I'm ringing my bell.
I hear you. But listen to this one. Eh? I hear
a crystal bell.
Radio today.
1978.
Yeah, When you want thing from the government, you have to go and ask them for it. You must go and ask. When you need something, ask. Just ask. What I point in all 3 universities, right? She getting 3 PhD one time. One time. You gotta go and ask them. Ask them. Look, all you look. Albert Montano say Dr. Keith Rowley wants UNC to stop prostitution and shogunas like
Lord.
UNC country, and there is no
Oh,
minister
Lord.
of national security.
Oh, Lord.
All you think it easy, right?
But look, they open up the first Hindu temple in Tobago.
But as you talk about that, Dana, I have said, let me repeat this, because those only go along, get along, P&M gang, right? They don't understand something. I have said, Trinidad and Tobago have 2 transformational leaders in the last 10 years. Watson Solomon Duke, the leader of the PDP, who took a party from 0 to 2 to 6 to 14 in 6 years or less. Never before in the history of Trinidad and Tobago has that happened. Transformational. And just recently, he called on men to man up. He didn't tell women which man you should watch, which man you bring in your bedroom. He didn't say that. He tell man to man up and be responsible. And the second transformational leader is the Tobago chief, the chief secretary of Tobago, Fali Chavez Augustine, who took Tobagonians off the plantation by telling them, when all you come to a THA office, all you come in all your pajamas, come in your sapat, come in your washikong. If you have a batter bullet, wear that and come too. Bring your hat backwards and come. Where washikong, you have a pallet man from 1970s, you have that put on there, come in that too.
Yep.
Right? And just recently, he tell Tobagonians, all your 21 years under the PNM, all you ain't got no land title. Now we fixing that. All you gain all the land title. While them in Trinidad saying, boy, no, all the land title, none for all you. None. Transformational. And let me tell you this next one. The Charlottesville Police Club get a clubhouse, a 2-story building. Boy, I almost cry when I see that. Them fellas in office less than 3 months. And the Charlottesville Youth League, 21 years under the PNM. And them boys get salt. Nothing for them. Salt. And you know, they're close to the sea, so it's easy to get salt. Salt for them under the PNM. Right? Less than 3 months, them fellas come in. The transformational leader said, what? All they want a clubhouse to help out youth and all kind of thing like that. Or they see that one up there? Take that. That is all your own. Let me go to Trinidad now. The same PNM party, the abandoned building on Duncan Street, the former Workers' Bank building, the Laventel to Wall Street Empowerment Center should have been sitting there now. But you know what? The blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me repeat that. The blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. His words, not mine. Right? And we go play the video for all you. Because all you living under a rock and saying Wall Street so disrespectful. He calling the Prime Minister the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. Why are you so disrespectful? Well, that man disrespect himself then. If you call yourself the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, and I repeating what you said, and those in the go along, get along PNM gang who come out from under the red rock telling me I disrespecting the Prime Minister. Look, all you don't let me cuss tonight, eh?
No, take it easy.
I don't want to cuss. Yeah, but let me get back to the story. The building on Duncan Street, which could have been the Laventel to Wall Street Empowerment Center now, right? Helping them kids in those poor black disadvantaged area, entrepreneurship, ACT, SAT, where they could get academic scholarship to go away, right? They could have all kind of programs inside of it. Tobago again come in less than 3 months. And the Charlottesville Police Club have a place to call their own. And all them from the go along, get along gang and PNM gang in social media, call all kind of names. I don't pay them no attention. Right? I want to ask all your question. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Or bear with me a little bit. I'm going to put it up on the screen. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know this. I am just asking a question. I want to know this. I want to ask this. Where is the PNM plan? The PNM, because let me say this. Joseph Biden has a program called Lift Every Voice. Or you Google it, not the Google on 91.9. Go on the internet and Google it. Google it. Google Lift Every Voice. It's an economic program for black people and black businesses in this country. This country. Even Donald Trump had one. Or you Google it now, called the Platinum Plan for black people and black businesses in this country, where it's only 13 to 14% of black people. And I'm asking the PNM, under the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, where's the economic development, economic empowerment, economic inclusion, and access to capital for black people and black businesses in Trinidad and Tobago? Where is
Let
it?
the rich get richer and they would help the poor black.
Oh, yeah. Tony, thanks a lot. No. What? All they talking about economic, or they mad? Or they better go and sit down in the corner and wait. What I go do? I go empower the rich, make them get richer, and they go trickle down some scrums for you. Or they get scrums. Not even crumbs, scrums. We go trickle it down to all you. Or they take that and cool it. Or they better go and drink some water, take bamboo and mind all your business. What am I telling you? What wrong with all you? Or they better cool it, yeah? And all the other fellow named Wall Street is so disrespectful. And the next one come on the radio. Yeah, I don't know if Wall Street is really a professor, I think he's this and he's that. You should be glad a little black boy come out of Chumaka Clavantel building one apartment, 2-1, and he leave Trinidad with one grip. Yes, as I say a grip. He leave with a grip and come to this country and make something of himself. Or they should be glad, but no, you know what they want to do? Or they want to fight him down. Oh God, Wall Street come on the radio again, talking about them building in Chumaka. He ain't tired talk about that. What only has talk about for empowerment for people in our own communities? What else talk about? Wall Street talk about the pool now. Yeah, you give me a pool again. Go over there, drink water. You're hungry, take bamboo and mind your business. That's what you go do when you're hungry. Look, all you miss me, all you come on, man. All you just come on the radio. I don't hear you talk about nothing about economic empowerment for your own. And all you always want to criticize the UNC. The UNC this. Wait now. Who gave David Mohammed the land in Prisgal and Navantil? Who gave it to him? Who gave it to him? You know he was begging for all them years? Right? Just like me, I become a beggar made in Trinidad and Tobago. When we watch the entire beg, and none of them, none of them even have the testicular 42 to stand up and say, hey, boy, Wall Street living away 42 years, boy. And he's still fighting for them poor black disadvantaged people. And the PNM, with the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago as the Prime Minister, don't care about them. And I'm not finished with this one. The blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley, March 11th, December 2011. All you remember that? When the building burned down? He was up there with Turner Cox, Nafisa Mohammed, Nylon Hippolyte, who was then the representative for Lavantil West. He marched up there. That's the last time he went back up there. Last time, watch. All they just talk about, don't remember. All they don't remember this one. Every time all they come, is the UNC this and the UNC that. I don't want to hear about the UNC. UNC in power? The UNC have been in power for 7 years now. What them could do? UNC can't do nothing. Right? But them in power now. And all they ask them to do nothing. Frederick Douglass says, power concedes nothing without the demand. It never did and it never will. Or one come on the radio today, all they do have to demand nothing. All they have to ask. When all they want something, go and ask the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Not my words, his. Look, but I'm going to take a drink, eh? Valentine's done?
Look where they go in and put the Desperados Panyard where crime is rampant. So if the youths want to make a difference, look where they will have to go through. Okay. That's
Boy,
Maloney get a pool. Like
you
it's
like,
only pool we
you know,
get in it.
but as the legacy of him, he could be the pool PM, the PM of pools.
Mm,
All they want a
At
pool,
least,
take that. All they want
at least,
water,
at
mm.
least with a pool, at least with a pool, you don't have to worry about nobody going to Wall Street program, to Wall Street to Laventille. They'll have something else to do instead.
yeah, go in the pool and drink some water. Right?
Mm.
Go and drink some water. The pool prime minister, that is it. All they should be glad of they getting a pool. What they worrying about? All they want more than that? Look, all they take, all they relax all yourself, eh? Eh?
But he's giving something that, you know, if some black people aren't known to be great swimmers. I mean, they're footballers, and you know, I'm like, am I wrong here?
But Diana, I don't know what the mindset is, boy. If that is not your forte, right? Why you go up in sodium trace and getting people a pool, boy? A pool?
I mean, you
Yeah,
know,
let's look on the bright side. A lot of us drown because we can't do some basic swimming. At least they will learn something to keep themselves alive if they're in a situation.
Tommy,
Am I too optimistic?
yeah, Tommy, 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 what, Tommy, Trinidad is
what
surrounded by waters, boy.
And plenty of us can't swim. So
But
that is
that don't mean
at least,
nothing. But
at least we'll
listen.
have,
So all right. So Tommy, all right. Let me take your point, right? You learn to swim, then what?
yeah, that was about.
How
then if
does
you
it
get into
put food on
trouble,
your table? How does swimming
no,
put
no,
food
no.
on your table?
Then if you get into trouble in the water, you can help yourself or help somebody else. If you go, let's say you go to the beach and you're in trouble or somebody else is in trouble, you can help them. So
So that's a help program to
yes,
help
yes,
other
yes.
people. It's not a
That's
program to
right.
help yourself or to elevate yourself. It's to help other people.
Help yourself to stay alive in the water at the beach
Oh,
and
okay.
help other people.
All right.
How, but how does learning to swim give you empower you and give you access to economic empowerment and capital? And I'm lost.
Maybe you could become a lifeguard.
How many lifeguards does Trinidad and Tobago need?
Well, even if you go abroad, to one of the islands, that
Eh,
has a tourism economy, you can become a lifeguard.
Tommy, go and eat some, go and drink some water and mind your business, yeah? Well, you're getting on my nerve right now.
Look, I tried something. Can't say I didn't try.
Yeah. So you see, I quiet.
I tried. I tried something.
I
I just
tell
went
him
through to
me
the
Tommy
bamboo.
go down there, God. Tommy
I
want to
so
went through.
promote
so
I went through
lifeguards,
the
boy.
so
Trinidad,
so
yeah.
so so the Bajans go hire the trainees and not their own local lifeguard. Tommy, go and drink water and mind your business now. Gee, God.
Listen, I try something. I'm trying to make sense out of it.
Don't make no damn sense at all. Sure.
But it's interesting, boy, that your party put up a pool, and you have to defend that at all costs. You can't come out and say, well, all you couldn't think about something else, boy, a pool, boy, a pool, a pool in a community, boy, a pool. What? We trying? All right, we trying to go get our next Olympian 10 years from now.
Mm.
And as a matter of fact, to me, it's better to let people get scholarship, go away on a swimming scholarship, right? And when they go to the university go have all the facilities and everything, and they could come back and be an Olympian. Put that money to something else.
But at least they'll have some basic swimming skills so they could get a swimming scholarship when they have a pool and they have learned to swim. Am I
All
being
right.
devil's advocate here?
No. That's the point. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they could have, something. Let me say hello to a person who I work with, Denise Brown. I know Denise. Denise, are you the Jamaican Denise Brown that worked at the New York Stock Exchange? I want to believe that's the Denise Brown, Well, If I'm not. Denise, are you the Denise Brown from the New York Stock Exchange? See, people remember me from long time ago? Yeah. Antonio Clement, welcome.
We done say hello to Isola.
Oh, you say hello to you already? All right, all right. You say hello to Alvin, right? Right? What about
Yeah.
Carice?
Oh boy.
You say hello to Carice too? Well, I didn't hear you. What happened? Oh boy, how come
What?
you don't say oh girl?
What your suit on too tight or?
Nah, Adam, I'm a suit tight. What's wrong with you? You know how to fit me? Let me show you. You suit how to fit me, man.
Oh jeez.
Watch. Watch. The suit how to be tight. The suit can be slack. Come on, man. That's the latest thing. I don't have to have one button. Let's see the one button. One button.
Yeah, when it's too tight, they'll think you're on the other side.
No. They know the safe in me. Hey, look. Diana, boy. Chris Watson said, Diana, good night, my beautiful, intelligent, and amazing girlfriend. Oh, good. Oh, good.
Don't get jealous. Don't get jealous.
Yo, look what's going on in the village tonight.
I want to know where the fireworks. What happened? The people ain't coming out.
I don't know. Vonnie Roberts tell me to invite Inshan Ishmael. You know. Vonnie must text him and tell him don't come again. I don't know. Vonnie Roberts, we want to know how could they name a street, which it's a good thing, eh? But you know, with that in mind, eh, it's time for them to get rid of that name, Woodford Square. I want all you to Google. What is his name again, boy? James Woodford. Is that his name?
Yeah. He was yeah. I read up on he.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The next one. The next one. He was a man in Trinidad and Tobago dividing people, dividing blacks and white, right? And the only thing he didn't do was to take a black wife. And we have his name on Woodford Square. All you think we good? His name on Woodford Square? That fella?
Yep.
Look. You know, right? I'm going to read that one for you just now.
Yep. Let me go and Google it here. I Googled it one time. I said, wait now. But this fella well divide Trinidad.
Boy, the man was a divider. Google it. Is James Woodford is his name, boy. I had the
I getting it here.
Yeah. Look for the Wikipedia. The Wikipedia, right? Where we bring all the history and knowledge in the village, right? You know, sometimes it's a little bacchanal and confusion, but we want to give all the knowledge too. Alvin Singh wants to know, Ansem Diana, how do you feel about the first transgender in Trinidad and Tobago Parliament? Imagine Machismo Rowley versus General D'Souza. Look, everybody, listen. People have a right. People have a right to be what they want to be. And we would like to have her in here so we could talk to her.
Said it was named after Ralph Woodford, who was the governor of the colony between 1813 and 1826. So you know that slavery time. Used by many of the anti-colonialists to mount campaigns against the colonial establishment. Many of the country's protest leaders first hoisted their banners in Woodford Square, including Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler, the labor leader who in the 1930s became known as the King of Woodford Square. In 1955, Dr. Eric Williams became the new King of Woodford Square.
Miguel Sanders, you didn't know that? Miguel Sanders, you know that? Yeah, Miguel Sanders. Miguel Sanders, this is shit. What is shit, Miguel? That Dr. Rowley is the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago?
Oh,
that shit?
Don't pay.
Let me play that, Diana. Like Rowley break my heart. Boss, God say Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, eh? Yeah. You know, eh? Miguel, you still there? Don't go anywhere, Miguel. Please, stay right there, Miguel. I see you getting up to leave. Miguel, boss, God said Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, partner. Like Rowley break my heart. Let me get that thing. Let me play that thing for you, because Miguel and them don't know about that. You understand? They don't know about that. Let me get that for you. Miguel, stay right there. Don't go nowhere. We have a break coming up soon in about 3 minutes, but I want to play this for Miguel before you go. Miguel, oh no, Miguel ain't going. Now Miguel's still there. He ain't going nowhere. I wasn't gonna play it on Miguel, but you forced my hand. So when you force my hand, it go take me a little 30 seconds or so to get it up, but you know, we go get it up. Right? All right, here we go. Here we coming. Okay, here we go. All right, here it is. Miguel, listener, I want you to listen to this. Listen to this. Because what has happened is that I rather talk facts than to make stuff up. So, Tommy, I know if you ever hear this. I know if you and Diana ever hear this, but all I might be hearing it for the first time. Tommy, you heard it before?
I believe so. What, the blackest man?
Yeah.
I believe I heard it before.
Yeah. Let me play. So all those who go along, get along, P&M gang. All you could all you listen and weep. Listen.
I might be the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. I might be the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. I might be the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. I might be the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago. I might be the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago.
Miguel, where you going? Miguel, you hear that? I'll make it up. Miguel, I'll make it up. Right? All you.
Somebody said call Inshan and call what's his
No, I
name?
called Inshan already. Inshan said he was 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
So, Miguel come back again. This is utter rubbish. Miguel, where's rubbish, boy? Miguel said this is crap. Where's crap, boy, Miguel, boy?
Well,
Miguel
then go somewhere else.
Miguel like he could only type. Look what Miguel say. All you look what Miguel say. Miguel say you all should have no respect for Dr. Rowley. I using a man own words, what he said, and I have no respect for him. All you criticize me, please now. Because I am using a person's own words, in their words, and I disrespectful to that person for using their own words. Miguel, oh God, man, oh God. Oh, come with something now, man.
Top of the hour, answer.
Yeah. What Miguel say? Dunce it's the corporation. Miguel, you put in Dunce, and that is what you put in. Dunce, it is the corporation. And you put in Dunce with that sentence, Miguel? Nah. It's the corporation. All right. Folks, it's in the village with the dark triplets and W. Let's say welcome to Miguel Sanders, please. Right? Say welcome. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. We're going to go for a quick station identification. And when we come back, we will come
You're
back.
listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Miguel, you was talking about, Miguel, you make a little sense. So they was telling me, Miguel said Dunce is the corporation. Miguel, yeah. So I didn't know that the corporation is the one responsible. Yeah, Miguel. I didn't know that, Miguel. Miguel, let me tell you this. My grandmother told me growing up in Chumaka, Clavantil, it takes a dunce to know a dunce. So welcome to the club. Both of we in the same club. It's okay. Don't feel bad. Both of we dunce alike. And thanks for the compliment then. And then I could join your club, Miguel. I am happy. So both of we is dunce. So it's two dunces. Oh God. Oh God.
Gary is there. Where's where the guests? They're not coming in, Anslin. Gary.
Be patient now.
The people I only saying what the people say in the chat.
Well, I mean, all you know, if we invite a guest, we can go and hold their hands and make them come. Well, all you know that? Yeah. Watch now. Hear this now. You know, it has some, Miguel says, no one wants to be on your crap show, but Miguel is in the chat. Can you imagine that? No one wants to be on your crap show, but Miguel is in the chat. Miguel, come on, man. Miguel, tell us why me and you in the same club, you know. It's two dunce. You's a dunce, and I am a dunce. So two dunces. Right? No one wants to be in your show, but he in the chat. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. Miguel, all you're good, yes, boy. I ain't gonna lie. You're good, Miguel. You're good, boy. You know Miguel is one of them from the go along, get along, PNM gang. But Miguel, we welcome you in the village, you know. We welcome you in the village, boy. What? Antonio State University of Crooks. Folks, I have spoke to Inshan Ishmael. He said he was outside and he was going to be back in 10 minutes, right? We also supposed to have Isha Wells coming up at 8 as well, right? So we'll see.
Right back.
So oh, hold up. I see something there. Lana, I think Lana, this is what Lana says. Lana says PNM isn't PNM anymore since Ketos take over the PNM. Lana, I agree with that. I fully agree with that. Antonio Clement says Dr. Rowley is transformational. He transformed Petrochin into no man's land, middle class to poverty. He's so transformational. Even made us into the laughing clowns of the world. Transformational. All right. Man, transform all kind of thing, boy. Antonio said, let me stop with my joke before the UNC want to hire me. I don't mind the work, though. What? Funny Robert says, understand why you don't ask Google or Isha. And if you don't get an answer, then you can ask Sharon or Dominic. What should I ask them? What should I ask them, Vonnie? First, they want to know where is the roadmap to recovery? That's a good question. Yeah, boy. But Takesha, you know something though? In spite of where they're going to put it, at least people might look at it, they might look at how Tommy look at things. Gary, are you there? They might look at how Tommy look at it, at least they get something. Right? Even though they put in the pannier where crime is rampant, at least, as Tommy says, they get something. Antonio says, Mr. LeBon, I watched one of your races on YouTube. Simply amazing. Yeah, Antonio, you know, as a little fella that be looking for, what else am I looking for, boy?
Attention.
Oh, yeah, Antonio, that's am I looking for attention. But let me tell people this. Right? Let me tell all of this, As a little black boy from Chumaka, Claventel, established 20 world records in Masters track and field for men 40 and over. Let me repeat that to all those in the go along, get along PNM gang who just say I looking for attention. When you establish 20 world records, You were the first time, you were the first 20 time in history of this world to do something. That person don't need no attention. I don't need attention. That is the last thing I need. When I go to class and there's 34 students sitting in front of me, I don't need no attention. I just get that attention. I don't need to look for attention. Right? So them to be talking all kind of thing. But Antonio, thank you very kindly. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, let's just what? Lana say by Maloney get a pool to answer. Like we only get an intro. There's only pool only get an intro that on the baby. Lana, come on, man. How you could be upset with that pool? Answer. When you want to get back my money from DSS. Nah, I don't put no money in there. I didn't put no money in DSS, Bonnie. Takisha, there's a police post on Duncan Street. Time for that police post on Duncan to go. All right, folks, let's see what's in the news again. All right, we have so much thing going on in the news. We're waiting for I think Isha is up next, and then we'll have Dr. Ragoonath, Dr. Bishnu Ragoonath, right? And then we'll have him next. All right, so let me see what we have in the news here. Oh, did you hear this one? 500 cops under probe.
Oh Lord.
You hear that?
No wonder. Wait. No wonder Gary couldn't get his job done.
500 cops under probe. So if the department, it's about 8% of the department from when I did my math. That's about 8% of the department is under probe. 5%, 500 cops under probe. Can you imagine that? That is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That's why Gary couldn't get his job done.
We had too much. Too much of them with racket. So Living Water is also concerned about the treatment of Venezuelans in TNT. Right? I think they do take advantage of Venezuelans in TNT, though, you know.
But of course.
Employers.
Migrants.
Yeah, I think they do take advantage of them. The statement the Prime Minister tells UNC to tackle Venezuelan prostitution in Chaguanas.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. What you go say? Remember when the Prime Minister told Marvin Gonzalez that he has 6 weeks in order to do that stuff with WASA? Well, they said now the reviews in advanced stage. Right? But I don't know if any one of you guys see this express opinion, but I want to address that opinion, and I'm going to come back to that because I think this is the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago that WASA, Trinidad and Tobago Express, right, issued an opinion that criticized both the Prime Minister and the opposition leader. I think that was the first time that happened, and I'm just looking for the article now. You know, and I think that was a good thing. That okay, here we go. Venezuelan PNM WASA in review. Advanced stages. Living Waters. And you and Tommy could just go ahead. And when I look for this, I'll look for this.
Tommy,
Yes, dear.
what's going on? What's new?
Nothing new. All we're doing is holding on.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. We're holding on.
Okay,
Yeah,
so here it is. Here it is. Sorry about that.
it's
So this
okay.
is an editorial on December, February the 9th, 2022, a Daily Express editorial. It says, in a sensitive situation that
Mm-hmm.
demands highly responsible discourse, our national leaders are choosing to engage in pointless political dueling that
Mm-hmm.
serves neither justice nor diplomacy. The Coast Guard killing of a baby of an illegal Venezuelan migrant is a personal tragedy with ramifications for our
Mm-hmm.
country's international reputation and relationship with a neighboring country with whom it shares significant oil and gas reserves. This situation calls for level-headed leadership and a commitment to due process in ascertaining the truth of what happened in the seas of Mayaro on Saturday night. It certainly does not call for a rush to judgment. On Monday night, opposition leader Kamala Prasad-Busesa set aside her training and decades of experience as an attorney to condemn the Coast Guard officers involved in the incident for murdering a baby. That's in quote, on the basis of her own alternative set of facts. Not to be outdone, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley took to social media, criticizing her for having limboed to a new expected disgusting low. Like her, he too jumped to his own conclusion about the killing of the baby by backing the Coast Guard account and declaring it an accident. Why is it so hard for these politicians to respect due process and allow the investigation to take its course to a conclusion? Their only interest should be to ensure the integrity of the investigation, with which, given past history of the Coast Guard, cannot be taken for granted. Although Mrs. Prasad-Busesa was more reckless in her comments, the weight of responsibility falls more heavily on Dr. Rowley, who as a prime minister should be dispassionate in his position on the killing of the baby and diplomatic in his language, especially the president of Venezuela demanding a full probe with the world looking on. Yesterday, in a statement doubling down on her attack on Dr. Rowley, the opposition leader went further to describe the Maduro government as a narco-trafficking regime. As a political aspirant to reoccupying the office of the Prime Minister, Mrs. Prasad-Busesa wild condemnation of the Coast Guard killing of the baby as murder and a denunciation of the Maduro regime demonstrate a lack of political maturity. Unnecessary alienating members of the defense force and insulting the government of the country closest to the TT could never be in national interest. The political dueling is an annoying distraction from. Hold up. Hello, you're on WZYE 95.9 FM. I'm going to take the call. We're going to get back to that. Yes. Hello?
Mr. Wall Street, why don't you call Inshan now? It's more than 10 minutes.
You want me to call him?
Yeah, man.
I'll call him back. Okay.
I
All right.
find it to be, I find it very unprofessional. People
was that?
making appointments to come on the show.
To come on tonight.
Yeah, no, but I mean, he knows. I sent him the link. He knows what time I sent him to be on.
No, you said in 10 minutes time, so you should give him a call.
Yeah, but I sent him what time he was going to be on. I sent him an hour and a half ahead of time.
Yeah, call him.
All right, I'll call him. All right, let me finish with that. Oh, that went away. All right, let me call this guy again.
I find it to be very unprofessional. People make appointments to come on a show and they don't call. I say what I got to say. Then they should call and say something.
No, things can happen.
And Slim, and then they should call and say something. Yeah, that's all. I say what I got to say.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they Oprah Winfrey and David Muir call and say something. Or text you.
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. Let's find out what.
I'm not jumping to conclusion. Yeah. I said text and say something.
Hold up. Things can happen. So, folks, we are calling Inshan Ishmael. I called him before, and he said it was going to be 10 minutes,
This is
and I'm
live
calling him
radio.
back.
In the meantime, I would say good night, everybody. How was everybody doing?
Gary,
Very good, man.
where's your pal? Where's Inshan? What's going on with
Well,
him?
he's in the midst of a disaster situation there, so I can't tell what's going on with him there. Where the place going down and things. So I don't know. So I mean, he might be in the midst of a situation. But anyway, how was everybody doing?
Good,
Yeah.
Mr. Phantom. How are you?
Yeah, I just getting in the house here. I was on the road, so things was kind of, wavering
All
a
right.
little bit.
Okay, folks. No answer.
So what's the? I didn't catch on too much the conversation. So I know what's hot
Yeah.
right now. What's happening?
No answer. Right. So let me
Finish the
see.
article.
Let me see something. Hold on, hold on. So, folks, it's In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, you all know we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's 6 to 9 p.m. You know. So I'm also, yeah. How are you? This is all right. You're coming on it. Yeah, but it's 8 something your time now. I tell you 8:15. Okay. Hmm. Um. Yeah, but what happens is that the people, if I put you in the system, the people on the other people on the panel wouldn't hear you. They could hear you, but they can't talk to you. But listen to this. You no, but listen. You could do it on your phone, You could use the link on your phone, and you don't have to put up a picture. You could. Yes, you're the audio, just being audio. No, it's in your WhatsApp. Check your WhatsApp. All right. So it have one that says StreamYard link. All right, I'll send it to you right now. Let me send it to you right now. I'll send it to you right now. Okay? I'll send it to you right now. Yeah. So folks, that is Isha Wells. I'm gonna send her the link again to see what happens. I think, with these things, man, things always happen. You never know. I'm not gonna.
It's live radio.
Yeah. It just happens, man. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Tomorrow is another day. All right, so I just sent it in. Yeah, man. It is what it is. It's just cool. You know what I mean? People have a lot of things going on. A lot of things. You know. So what we talking about? Let me go back over here now. So Gary, we talked about WASA. WASA does give free truck-borne water. It's 14 million to complete the work in the Beetham. It cost them 14 million so far, right? And 500 cops involved in nefarious activities. And let me see what else we have here. We have a lot of things, Oh, here's the next one. Now, we have two fake situations in Trinidad and Tobago, right? We had the fake emails, and now we had recently the fake oil scandal. And Ramesh Lauren Mirage is saying that the UNC dismislead Trinidad and Tobago on the fake oil. Now, folks, that's what the learned senior counsel is saying, right? That's what he says. And I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You know, the man is a senior counsel. So what do you guys think? Gary? Gary?
Gary hiding.
No,
Okay, so
I'm just kind of getting myself organized here.
so
But
folks, all
what's
right.
up? What's up? Go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Let me bring in Isha Wells. Hold a minute. Let me bring in Isha Wells. She will just be on audio, right?
That's fine. Fine.
Isha Wells.
We already know she's pretty.
Isha Wells. Are you hearing me? I think Isha Wells have to put on her mic. Isha Wells. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, that's Diana. I put it. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that's me.
Aisha has to unmute her mic.
Huh?
She has to unmute her mic.
Yeah. She going back out though. She was just there, but she just going back out. So maybe she logged back in. All right. So Gary, I want to get your feedback on this, Gary.
I'm listening. Go ahead. Yes.
Ramesh Lauren Mirage said the UNC dismislead Trinidad and Tobago on the fake oil. And because let me read the article for you. Well, we know for a fact that previously the scandal with the emails were considered to be fake, right? Is that accurate?
According to what I'm seeing in the press, I mean, I don't know nothing more than what you and I seen in the press. You know, I mean, it turned out to be there was Google said it was a fake email addresses, and police didn't find anything criminal. Mm-hmm. There was no connection to those that were accused.
Well, and now, here you go. So Ramesh Lawrence Mirage is saying that former Attorney General Ramesh Lawrence Mirage SC has condemned the most recent statements by the opposition on the AV Oil Arbitration Award, insisting that the UNC mislead the public about so-called fake oil scandal involving the lease operator and Petrotrin. I think Aisha Wells is back. Let me see if I can bring her in. Here we go.
He must be know what he's talking about. Can I say? He's senior attorney, former attorney general, minister in government.
Aisha Wells, can you hear me? Aisha, can you hear me?
Keep in mind that Roger was here and he did give you his version of things, right?
Yeah,
so you would have to check back with him. You would have to check back on him. You would have to invite him and discuss this with him.
Aisha Wells. I think Aisha is having problems with her audio. All right.
She might be on the road, you know. She might be on the road.
Yeah, no, she's on the road. She's absolutely on the road.
Well, you know how things goes.
Correct. She's on the road. She's on the road. But normally, I have to admit it. When I have invited Aisha Wells, she have always come in the program. She's not a person to run and hide, right? Are you there, Aisha Wells? All right.
She might be in an area that the internet is not strong enough. So
yeah, something. But let me continue with this thing here. So in a statement on Monday, Marriage lead counsel for A&V Oil and its chief executive officer, Hanif Bash, said he had duty to respond to the opposition statements on the issue. On Sunday, at its weekly media briefing, the UNC denied misleading the public when it revealed the so-called standard. Pointe-a-Pierre MP David Lee said the laying of the 76-page report on the arbitration ruling between Petrotrin and A&V Oil in the House of Representatives on Friday did not put the facts on public record as promised by the government and raised more questions. Lee said Petrotrin moved to terminate its contract with the oil company was not motivated by the whistleblower in 2017. He said the company has solid reason to support its situation. Marat said the findings of the arbitrator were clear that A&V Oil did not supply fake oil to Petrotrin and did supply crude oil for which it was paid. The UNC therefore did mislead the public about this so-called fake oil scandal. The judgment showed that the UNC did mislead the public, he said in a statement on behalf of his client. Maharaj reminded of the origin of the fake oil allegation by UNC political leader Kamla Prasad Bissessa on her political platform on September 10, 2017, when she claimed A&V Oil was being paid for oil it never supplied. He said it was the UNC leader who coined the fake oil term and also alleged A&V was getting away with fraud and misconduct because the lease operator was a financer of the People's National Movement, and Bash was a close friend of the Prime Minister. So there you have it. Another fake scandal in Trinidad and Tobago again. And you know the end result? All you know is the end result, right? What is the end result?
Nothing will come out of it, man. Nothing will come out of it.
Thank you very much, Gary. Thank you very much. Nothing will come out of it. Nothing. Nothing in coming out of it. Nada. Not. That is where we have in Trinidad and Tobago. All they want to change the constitution, right? All they change the constitution so somebody can make a jail now. At least let somebody make a little jail.
Just remember the words of Bastille Pandey, former Prime Minister. Politics have a morality of its own. Right?
Yeah.
And don't take those words lightly. You know.
Yeah.
So what I find, those who are diehard politicians, they don't realize they have an expiration date. They think that, like the guy up in Russia, think he's going to live forever with his austere autocratic policies, right? You people that want to get in there and do all the dirty deeds, they don't. Human beings have an expiration date. You think you're going to go on forever? You think your policies and you're oppressing people and strangling people, you think you're going to go on forever? No. Somebody's going to come behind you and they, you know what, I don't like this. They either going to continue it or they're going to say, you know what, nah, let me fix this now. Yeah, human beings have an expiration date. And whatever you put in place, somebody will come and kick it out. Yep. Somebody will come and kick it out. And what I'm trying to make the make the dieharders, those of you who are diehard, whatever party you support, because as I don't support no party, I want you all to realize, right? Stop going down that race road and start thinking country.
Yep, we need that maturity.
For some reason, the Trinbagonian y'all don't have that capacity to think country. You have to PNM, UNC. I'm fed up of it. I am so tired of it. I'm so fed up. Start thinking country. You have the young people in the chat and younger people coming behind. We are not, us here, some of us are closer to the departure lounge than the arrival. And you people in the parliament and up and have on all these positions, right? Y'all are not going to be around forever. Y'all going to get the you have an expiry date. You got to start thinking country and stop with this race and this party mentality and start thinking country. I am so tired sitting here night after night, week after week, and I said, well, look how Trinidadians behaving. Look how they behaving. And
That's how we're pushing them.
all they have about paper that say born in Trinidad and Tobago, including myself. But I'm tired. It's sickening. It is mind-boggling that nobody can say, well, listen here. Nobody has the gall and the chutzpah to stand up to this man, including the Speaker of the House, and then listen here. You ain't doing right by the people, you know. You need to shift and do this thing right here and put Trinidad and Tobago back on the map. It ain't going right. People like they're frightened for ye. They're frightened for ye.
So who is saying that he's not doing right by the people? That might be your opinion, might be my opinion. But is that the majority of the people opinion?
They're like they're frightened. Hear what I said. They're like they're frightened for he. The majority, the people on the ground are saying he's not doing right by the people. And he's beginning to take note of it. He's
Diana,
not, and
the
he
majority
knows
of the people don't indicate so at all.
He knows he's not doing right by the people. If you can have your people show up in a savannah and tell you must go, they don't go and tell Mia Mottley she must go. You don't hear them saying Biden must go. You don't hear them saying Trudeau must go. You just hear them saying, and you're up and down the Caribbean, I hear them saying Rowley must go.
Diana.
I see more people show up for Carnival Fed than that protest.
But Diana, based on the numbers, there's no concern by those who have power. Based on the numbers of people that are showing up.
Because they are afraid because the state is their employer. I understand that. They are afraid. But you can't let him choke you and continue with it. The young people suffering. The same children you want going back out to school, them is the ones that have to take the helm later. You, Tommy, you, Anselm, you, Gary, all these old people, you're them and Beckles and all of them.
Diana, I don't know old people.
Well, this old man was hoping to go on retire.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You're not going to live another 66 years.
Well, no, I don't care, but me no old person. Nah.
You're not gonna go live. You're not gonna live another 60.
I'm not putting myself as no old person.
All right, well, you're 60 years, right? You're not gonna live another 60. You all have to start thinking like that.
So that nobody's gonna live for. No
Come on. Y'all gotta face reality, and they're all of them up in the parliament with the ego-driven selves. You gotta stop. I'm fed up of it. I am fed up of it. I am fed up of it. I fed up of it. I'm glad I don't have no children to live under all this nonsense that's going on in the world. I fed up of it.
That's you.
I'm fed up. I'm fed up.
But I'm fed up. Diana, you talk about the people. The people who go out and march. The people who go out and march, as far as they are concerned, is the people who supporting the opposition party.
I fed whatever, whoever they support, they want something different because we're going what they have inside there now ain't in their best interest. They want something different.
That is not politics of Trinidad.
I fed up. They need something different. Yeah, I fed up.
Diana, as far as my eyes can see, suffering doesn't seem to be a big deal in Trinidad because for the mere reason that people have a lot of material things, and the image that they portray is
maybe they putting up with the Joneses and Trinidad and Tobago is that sort of society. Remember, I come from there. They're kind of society, you know. They're showing off for the neighbor, and you know, I come from there. I know what I'm talking about. But meanwhile, they had two pennies to rub together, right? I know what I'm talking about. Right? So let me tell you something. And you cannot you can't go along with that. You're going to borrow $5,000 from the bank for carnival costume and you don't have money to pay your mortgage. You cannot continue that kind of lifestyle.
But that ain't nothing new, that. That
But
ain't
then
nothing
I
new.
trying to tell them they need to stop the
But
nonsense. They need to plan
Diana,
the future. And
Diana,
wait a minute, let me finish now. And then they want to jump on. Then they want to jump on the people in the bamboo. Why they have something and they don't have? Huh?
Oh,
You want me to go there? You want me to
Diana,
go there? I'll go in there.
No, but
I'll
Diana,
go in there.
Diana, no.
Yeah.
That
I'll
way
go
you're
in
going with
there.
it. That way you're
Yeah.
going with it. Nah, you can't go there.
Yeah.
So you go tell me, Diana.
You need to be economically empowered and create intergenerational wealth. That is what is
Diana,
needed.
does
If
anybody
people come
tell you?
well, cost me if they want. I don't care. You need to create
but does anybody tell you how to
intergenerational
spend your
wealth.
money?
You need to create intergenerational wealth, however you plan, and stop with the partying mentality and the fly-by-night nonsense. You need to create intergenerational wealth. This is the problem in Trinidad and Tobago. You need to create intergenerational wealth in all the races. I don't talk.
Yeah, but when you mismanage your resources, that has nothing to do with any.
You need to create. They need to create.
So what wrong with go and spend all my money and have a good time and blame the government
Well,
because me have nothing?
What
wrong with that?
Well, they need to stop. They need to create intergenerational wealth.
Yeah, but the power
however
brokers,
they do it.
The power brokers can't take blame for when I mismanage my resources.
They need to
what
create
wrong with me go and getting X number of women pregnant and leave them to fend for
no,
themselves? What wrong with that?
Doing that is not creating that is not creating intergenerational wealth. That's creating poverty.
What you're saying is good and well and true, but like I said, those who are in power, they have nothing to do with me mismanaging my resources.
But you need to create, and you need to be responsible for yourself. You need to take care of, like what Watson Duke said it. You need to take care of your household, and create wherever it is. If you're selling doubles, if you're selling bake, if you're selling bacon shark, if you're selling wherever you're braiding here, wherever, create intergenerational wealth. Find a way to do it. Find a way to do it. It is possible.
Diana, you gotta teach them. Teach them, Diana. Teach them.
You gotta find a way. It is possible.
And also teach them that they have to be more nationalistic and forget the partisan.
Stop with this race and party thing. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. When every one of y'all have a paper that says born in Trinidad and Tobago. Think like that. Y'all will destroy yourselves.
Yeah, it's true. We gotta check ourselves as we wreck ourselves. No doubt.
I'm tired of it.
But Diana, manage your blood pressure there, please.
I good. My blood pressure good. I have a smoothie here.
Okay.
This race thing, I'm fed up of it.
Lana says, Ansem, he should have painted those buildings in Maloney and put something in place to fight crime in Maloney instead. Ulrich says, Ansem, anybody swimming in that pool could never get to the Olympics because of the length and width of the pool is too small.
You see? Did he go and consult with the people in there? Look, I don't know now.
Antonio Clemens said it will help us swim away from Trinidad and Tobago. Jones says the Coast Guard responsible for the pool.
Some good has to come out of it.
Yeah, and Nizam Mohammed, good night.
Now my pressure, though, I don't suffer from high blood pressure. High blood pressure 123/76 all the time.
Did you just take your pressure?
No, you may hear it in my voice may sound passionate. I don't suffer from high blood pressure. It does not run in my.
The government has a certain amount of responsibility, and we the people have a certain amount of responsibility.
Yeah, I'm fed up.
And it has to connect in order for we to succeed, right?
Thank you.
You cannot be squandering your earnings and living chaotic and want to blame the government that you don't have nothing.
Correct.
And then want to cuss and rob other people, right?
Correct.
Killing and the killing and the women is safe and the children, and you all live like you're living in Vietnam, like you called, for lack of a better term, how Vietnam was back in the day. I mean, come on. Trinidad is you hear the song Trinidad is a paradise, Trinidad is nice. Oh, Trinidad gets so. How many minutes for the year already? But what is
Yeah,
really
but
going on?
the person who sings say he don't even believe the chorus. He
Oh,
say he don't
Trinidad
believe what he
gets
sings
so.
because he know it's not true.
What is
It's never
going
been true.
on?
It's never been.
What
It's never been what we some say it is. So
what dynamic shifted to make Trinidad like that? The women, and it breaks my heart. The women getting killed and just disappear. Oh my God! And you're like meat. You're just dispensable, and you're getting tossed
listen,
over some
it,
cliff.
it's always been bad because long ago there was a lot of abuse. Men used to beat women senselessly at times. So I mean, it's just that it's escalated and gone to another level with
Because the legislature is not in place for the women to go to the police station and police go and raft the tail out and bring them to the station and charge them. And like I said, the men know who to go and to put their hand on.
you
Man
know,
hit you, you raft a frying pan and clock him upside the head with it and go
Diana,
and
you know
go
they
to
ain't
the police
stepping to you.
station.
Diana, you know they're not stepping to you.
Please, some man hit me. I'm a raft him with a frying pan and beat the living crap out of him. You come hitting on me, you crazy. I did not
I know
know.
that's
You
right.
don't put up with that, women. Do not put up with no man hitting on you. You hear what I tell all you listening to me? Do not put up with it. All they
The,
deserve better than that. Don't put up with no man hitting on you. You hear what I tell all
the thing
you?
is,
Do
the thing
not
is
put
that
up with it.
many of those men have daughters and they don't want that for their daughters. I know I don't want that for my daughters.
Wait till he's sleeping and clock him with something. He gonna learn a lesson good. Huh? What he fancy it in you for?
But
Let him know
that
what's up.
but violence begets violence.
Violence, we get violence. He had no right. Don't hit me. I go wait till you're sleeping. I go wait like a map of pee for you. You understand me? And I go
No, you
clock
just gotta
you.
get out of it. You just gotta get out of it right from the start.
I go fix you first. I had to fix. I had to get. If you're bigger than me and you're stronger than me, I wait until you're sleeping, and I go get back where you hit me with. You go leave with a scar. Yeah. No, come on. All they hitting on the women for all they can do. Go about you go about your business and let me go about mine. Call it a day. But you still you beating the women, cutting the women. What nonsense is this? I don't know what society come into. You see me that I live by myself, me and my dog. So I don't want nobody ain't coming telling me to go here. Nope, we're not having that. Nope. I go where I want, come back when I like, lay down how I want, do whatever I like. It ain't working. I don't have patience. Nah.
Yeah, you don't.
I said
We hear
Trinidad. I don't
you.
know what Trinidad come to, man. It's a crazy society. Little children. Huh?
But Anselm,
Some little kid got
Yeah, I
raped in
listening. I
Trinidad
listening.
and Tobago the other day. Some little boy got raped in Trinidad and Tobago the other day.
I,
Even little quiet Tobago is beginning to feel, unsafe. The ambiance is shaking now. I usually go to Tobago and I feel safe in Tobago. Now, like I had to walk with my box cutter in Tobago too. And Inspector Pigot gonna have to pick me up.
Anselm looks seem as though this panel is intimidating to our guests.
See what? If what?
Seems as though this panel is intimidating to our potential guests.
Who's that?
No,
I don't.
no, no, no. I just think they have things going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, but of course, they
I don't
know.
think. I think they're just busy with other things. You
Yeah,
know what I
because
mean?
his place burned down, like Gary says, and
Yeah.
the other
I
one was
just think they're
having
busy with that.
problems, connectivity problem, internet issues in Trinidad. So I mean, the way Trinidad has so much potential, highly educated population. Whenever you leave Trinidad and you're educated there, you can go anywhere in the world and get any little work because you're highly educated. Yeah, I don't know now. I don't know what's going on. Just going down over a cliff, and nobody seems to want to pull it back. Nobody wants to say, you know what? We need to stop with this foolishness. And it starts with the people in charge. Y'all think y'all gonna be there forever? The Speaker of the House, when the opposition raises an issue, the opposition is there to oppose something that is not right.
So we see that the government gave WASA 14 million to do the work in Beetham, right?
Very late.
So what I'm saying, I'm just saying, so we have to, what we want to know now is how is WASA is managing that? Because the money was given, none of the government held back the money.
No,
What did we get for that? What did we get for that 14 million so far?
No, they told you what they did, Gary. They said to you, the money was still for pumps, some of the manholes, and it was used for a
What
lot
they're
of
trying to
things.
tell us, the 14 million spent already?
Yeah, it's spent already.
No, some of it's gonna be.
So any auditor is going down there to see we getting value for money?
Gary, that is WASA. Waste and wait and see authority.
Well, I call it for an auditor to see if we get the value for money there.
Please take it easy.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. I hear 50 man on the job, 10 working and the rest are down.
Oh God.
Okay.
It
now I
takes
hear
50
this week.
of them. Anytime you're in Trinidad, right?
And they're drinking on the job. Rum trading and going back and forth, the sales going on there.
Gary.
And they hanging out.
But I didn't know. Anytime you go in Trinidad, it takes 50 of them to
dig
a hole.
I don't know if it's true or false. I'm just saying. I'm hearing these things. I want to know what's going on. Can somebody verify?
Gary, you're trying to rock the boat in paradise.
Boy, rock the boat. I intend to capsize the boat.
In paradise, you can't do that in paradise.
Hey, fish stick. Though I'm not scary. When I get vexed, I get vexed. And if you scared, well, that's your business. That's so scary. Oh Lord, I scare you.
Too. I lying to you.
I scared. Fish stick. You're scared of Diana.
Yeah,
you're scared of the storm. You scared? Why would you be scared? As long as you put your hand on me, I go do whatever you want.
No.
Fish, you scared? Fishy poo? You're scared I make soup with you? Fishy poo?
Fishy poo, I make soup with you. Diana, please already.
Fish, don't mind he just be sending me all kind of thing on WhatsApp, eh? And now game thunder, you frightened. You should see somebody thinks he just send me on WhatsApp. You're frightened now, eh?
Oh man. Fishy poo, I make soup with you.
Fishy poo, I had 5 brothers I had to see about when I was growing up, and they was some rough little. I cut a bamboo. I had to cut tail with that bamboo, boy. I didn't used to beat the little sisters, but the 5 boys, cut bamboo in the tail.
Diana.
So back to some. Let me see what else we have here. We have some other news stories here. I told you guys about the Charlottesville police youth club to get a home.
Yeah.
This is the nice home they getting, right?
Yeah.
But the PNM in Trinidad and Tobago don't want Laventil to Washington Empowerment Center. You know what? That's not transformational enough for them.
Nope.
Right? So all they drink water, take bamboo, mind your business. Right?
Ooh.
Now, Swordgate is banned, right? And one of the reasons why they disbanded Sword is because
of Alexander.
No, the extrajudicial killings that has happened. And that's one of the things they were looking at.
Oh boy.
Right? But the thing I don't understand is why every time a new commissioner of police comes in, they mash up something and start over again.
You know, the thing is that.
Go ahead.
You don't even know what the word fix means. You can't fix something. Just,
the mind.
It just seems like, so the Special Operation Response Team SORT the brainchild of ex-police commissioner Gary Griffith, which was led by Superintendent Roger Alexander, was disbanded after the police executive reviewed 2 files regarding SWOT officers' role in the death of 2 men who were detained in relation to the murder of the court clerk Andrea Barrett. This was confirmed by Acting Commissioner of Police McDonald Jacob when contacted on Sunday on a newspaper report into the disbanding of SWOT, which has been replaced by an entity to be known as National Operational Task Force, NOTF. Jacob says while there were plans in place to reorganize some of the 20-plus units within the TTPS, it is only after 2 files on the death of detainees Andrew Solo Morris and Joel Belcon that a firm executive decision was made to reorganize SWOT. So what I want to tell you is that after the Police Complaints Authority submitted their findings, along with their recommendation and also intelligent information from our international partners, a decision was made by the executive of the police service in the latter part of the year to deal with the dismantling and set up a new entity to continue carrying out some of the work that was done by SWOT, Jacob said. Asked who the international partners who reported influenced the executive, he said he could not say, only that they are international support partners. Asked what the report was about, Jacob said it was in relation to the death of Morris and Belcon. So think about this, right? You disassemble SWOT because 2 men died. 2 men died illegally, right? Which police officer suffered the consequences? Which? And Gary, that happened under GG Watch, right? Shouldn't GG be responsible for that? Triple G? Shouldn't he be responsible? You see, that's how in Trinidad and Tobago.
Absolutely.
We just spinning top in mud. We spinning top in mud.
You came in a little low there. What do you say under GG Watch?
That those 2 men that died illegally because they have to disband SWOT. Gotta get rid of it. Gotta mash it up.
So you're disbanding SWOT because those 2 men died under GG Watch. That was the only 2 men that died under GG Watch?
No. It's one of the reasons why they disbanding SWOT.
Nah, that's a poor excuse. I don't buy that.
But look at it. It's right here.
No, they could say what they want to say. You know, I don't buy that for a justified reason because something is wrong with the management of it. So maybe the government has lost confidence in the management of SWOT and trying to restructure things because some new information must have come forward that this decision has been made.
Well, let me ask something. Was SWOT responsible for any additional extrajudicial killings?
I would not be able to have that information access. I'm sure there must have been other things that
another part indicated that, not in this article here, that one
of
the reasons,
people in the press, people in the press want to spin things in a certain way and mislead people into believing certain things, right? So I mean, you and I normally don't have that information to justify it, but I'm just saying I look out for these things. I don't, for me, I don't feel it's acceptable information.
Gary, 2 individuals died. 1 fella fall off a chair.
So that is the justified reason for breaking up the management, the structure of SWOT? Would that be justified if the United States government dismantled the FBI?
Bring it down because it's not good. It's too much corruption.
So you should have fired the management and not dismantled the
organization. They should have fired GG long before. You're correct. They should have fired him long before because he was responsible.
And now they find how many 500 cops? What was
500 of them. Involving nefarious activities. So of the police force.
So I say, if they were probably, I'm not saying now note what I'm saying. Who were they taking directions from in conducting the nefarious activities? Were they acting on their own,
Diana,
or were they acting on
Diana,
behalf?
it had
Hello.
people had the little thing here and the little thing there.
So here my question: were they acting on their own, or were they acting on behalf of somebody inside? And that maybe, and perhaps if they were acting on behalf of someone, is that why, or they're acting on their own? Is that why Gigi couldn't get his job done? I don't know. I don't know.
But here's the next question. Think about this, right? Trinidad is a place that when they make decisions, I don't understand nobody. So you mash up sort and you bring no TF. I call it no TF, right?
That's the National Operations Center. That's what they're doing. Part of National Operations Task Force or something like that.
NOTF, all right?
Yeah.
Now, listen to this, right? You disbanding an organization and starting it up fresh. And you bring back the same person who used to lead the disbanded organization.
Same people from the same team.
That making any sense? So here it is. He said Superintendent Alexander will remain as the operational head of the NOTF as the unit continues to work.
Well, oh Lord. Here we go.
Make it make sense now. What?
So you think you had extrajudicial killing? You think you had it?
But Gary, you disbanding sort and you're bringing a fish doesn't rotten from the tail.
Well, let me ask you something. The killing of the child out in the water there. What do you think about that? That wasn't extrajudicial?
No.
What do you mean no?
That was not.
How do you mean no? You fire the mother need a steel plate to replace his shoulders. You killing people because they have a desperate situation in the country and run into yours for a rescue and justify shooting them?
Gary, that's a different kettle of fish. That's not
different kettle of fish.
Okay,
Gary,
but that shooting are justified, do?
When you are involved in illegal activities,
but it's not extrajudicial.
It's not.
Why didn't they shoot some of them bandits bringing illegal guns in the country? Why they shoot the people who struggling and running from oppression in the country? Why didn't shoot at the bandits bringing the drugs? If the men were bringing drugs and guns in the country and the Coast Guard bust bullet on them and I say hip hip hooray, congratulations. But this is people who running for their life.
No, you can clearly say the killing of that child was accidental. I know nobody didn't intend to kill.
Killing the firing of the gun was unacceptable. Nobody fired at them.
I agree with you. All right, guys, hold it. Stick and stay. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Ring that bell. Keep ringing that bell. Of course, it's in the village with the dark triplets. Stick and stay. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this short message.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZYE 95 FM. So, Gary, you agree with your leader that it was murder, right?
What did you say to me?
No, Gary.
My leader.
Well,
who's my leader?
The UNC.
How she become my leader?
All right. The party is support.
I'm not part of she party there. I'm not a member of she party. I don't worship she. I call things as I see it. I disagree with whoever I want to.
So you agree with the statement that it was murder, right?
Well, I would say the shooting was totally unacceptable and unnecessary, unwarranted.
Would you call it murder?
Possibly.
Carrie, come on, man. You can't
An innocent child was killed a person fleeing their country under distress.
So Gary,
with all the
you're saying
immigrants
that
that come across the border illegally. But my thing is, with all the criminals that brought guns in and out of my country and drugs and traffic people in and out of my country, why the hell they wasn't shot at?
So Gary, it's okay to be involved in an illegal activity.
It's
And
no,
when
no,
we
no.
are
I'm not saying okay. We have. Is it okay for all those immigrants that cross United States border illegally?
they suffer the consequences, whatever it is.
Suffer the consequences. But
Yeah.
you could say that. I could say that. But when the situation is on then the shoes on the other foot, where you have
I
to
don't
run
agree.
for your life.
I don't agree with the shooting.
We had an agreement with Venezuela, the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We just should have managed it in a better way, where we control our borders,
Gary,
process the people coming across our borders, whether it is for temporary accommodations. We could have done better. We could have called out.
Yep.
We could have called out all the other countries that saying we should and shouldn't do, and say, come and give us some help through the UN, set up a area, right, where the UN is participating, because it's an international disaster situation here. It's a refugee situation. We could have gotten other help, some other country, and funding to assist Trinidad and Tobago. Well, we deal with a chaotic situation when we call out for some other countries for some help. How did we manage it? This is my issue. We mismanaged this whole thing.
You're probably right with that, but you were comparing it to the Mexicans coming across the U.S. border.
But people fleeing from the country. These are our neighbors, regardless of we have our differences. A lot of us over the years, from the time I know my kid, we always going back and forth and shopping and going back and forth from there. We have people from Venezuela coming. I am not supporting the fact, but we also understand that we had an agreement knowing the situation with Venezuela. Nobody's asking Trinidad and Tobago to bear the whole burden.
You could never please Trinidadians.
Our country should have
Trinidadians
asked for help from other countries and say, we are dealing with a situation here, you all know about it, and we could use some help.
I understand that at some summit in Guyana that he was treated rather coldly because of that incident.
So what?
I mean, so what?
Previously,
they're not looking lightly on it. They're not looking there. No, he was treated coldly. It didn't have to escalate into that. No, no, they're not looking lightly.
The Prime Minister tell you
we have a lot of Trinidadians who snuck in the United States illegally from Canada and all over the place too, you know.
Yep.
So Gary, as I said in the past, right? If I decide, right, to travel from Trinidad with 10 pounds of cocaine, and when I reach
that's something different. That is something different. That is something totally different.
How is that something different?
That is something totally different.
You are involved in an illegal activity.
No, you are not seeking refuge. You are not seeking refuge there.
No, you're not. You're transporting goods.
That's a total. That's
illegally.
You're transporting.
Whether it's illegal, you're fleeing to flee your country under distress.
Was not transporting no drugs.
Is it illegal to flee your country under distress?
But the child was not transporting no drugs.
The mother and father put her on that boat illegally.
I don't
so they were
care.
illegal.
I don't care. The child was not transporting no drugs.
So you justify shooting illegal
You cannot put the child. No.
You justify shooting illegal agreements?
No. The child was not transporting no drugs.
If the Coast Guard believe they're in jeopardy,
I
they have a right to use force.
Not shoot the child like that. And plus, I get to see. I get to see the pictures of the pirogue versus the Coast Guard boat looking down at a pirogue. You're telling me, come on.
What pictures you saw? Well, you saw that video?
Not the video, but in daylight of a pirogue versus a Coast Guard boat. I went and I searched.
The actual Coast Guard boat?
You can pull up and peruse.
No, I'm asking you. The actual Coast Guard boat.
Yeah, you can pull up on the internet and you look at a pirogue and look at
the boat. With all the lights you have there, come on, I don't buy that.
You can look at the both and compare them. I'm like, come on. It didn't call for that. Come on, the child, you using somebody actually sneaking drugs in versus a child. Come on, Anselm. That's
It's illegal
heartless.
activities.
No, the child had no right being shot.
If
And the
you,
mother.
oh, so
Hey,
the
so let me tell you
no,
something.
they're still on the
No,
boat.
All right,
they
listen,
had
listen.
no
Eric,
right
Mr.
being shot.
Ghana in New York there
Nope.
was selling loose cigarettes, which was an
Nope.
illegal activity. Was it justified killing him?
Gary,
Huh?
Gary, that is a whole different ball game.
A whole different
He
thing.
died,
That's an illegal activity too.
he died by a chokehold.
Okay. Well,
He
he
All
could have
died
right,
a
shoot him there.
different attitude.
The
let me
police
keep
could have
going
shoot
down.
him there.
Let me keep going down the road. George Floyd, it's claimed, alleged, he passed a bad 20.
That's an illegal activity.
That's a
That's
whole
a,
different
and
attitude.
He could have been
Those
shot.
are all different. Those are
come
different.
on.
No, you can't even make that comparison. You
Oh,
cannot make
come
that
on,
comparison.
Anselm. Come
You
on.
can't make that comparison.
No, it did not warrant them to
Absolutely.
shoot him. No.
You cannot make that comparison.
Anselm.
The man put his knee on the neck to kill him.
Anselm, let me bring a point
He
to you.
held the man in a chokehold and he killed him.
Wait, now. Let me bring a situation to you. Something break out here in the United States. All right, let me draw a situation to you. And you have to run to the Canadian border to get away from wherever it is. And you are at the Canadian border begging for mercy to enter. You and your family. You're running for your life from here. Wherever went on, right? Let's say Putin invade and wherever he get. And he invade the Jersey Shore and blah, 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 blah. And he chase me. And we had to run north to Canada. And you make it to the Canadian border. And you're running to get over there. You're running for your life. It is right of the Canadian police to shoot you and your wife and your children.
If it's illegal, absolutely.
Nah, well, I don't know. I don't agree. I don't agree with you.
If it's illegal, absolutely.
I don't agree with you.
If it's illegal, absolutely.
No, I don't agree with you because Trudeau would have been made aware that the United States citizens would have been trying to cross over into Canada, and he would have put things in place. He would have instructed the borderline personnel how to act and what to look for. Come on.
So the Coast Guard knew to look for babies. Right? So what the Coast Guard had to do is when they see a period, they had to ask the people, in the period, do you have any babies?
And do you know that certain parts of the United States is borderline with Quebec? So then that part of Quebec, you have to put French-speaking people who understand English. Like you might bounce up French-speaking people who will shout at you and you don't know what it's saying. So all these things the head have to plan for. So it wasn't planned. Yeah, it didn't plan
the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard is fully aware of the situation that has been taking place between Trinidad and Venezuela and the immigrants crossing, right? We are supposed to contain them, okay, and process them, not shoot them.
Nope, okay? I don't believe that. No. Anyway, Dr. Ragoonath, you can log in. Dr. Ragoonath is going to come in and give us some historical information on the bamboo.
So what I would say is this, right? I would say that there were people, including Gary, who were stating that our borders are porous and they're letting in all the immigrants from Venezuela. They said that, right? When the Coast Guard decide to act, right, with all these illegal immigrants coming to Trinidad and Tobago, and it so happened for the first time, right, when many other Trinidad fishermen have died, which Trinidadian jump up and say anything? Nobody jump up and say nothing.
Because
one person died, which should not have happened. And all they want to throw the Coast Guard under the bus.
No Trinidadian should have died. No Venezuelan should have died. No, how about that?
But all it wasn't as vociferous when the Trinidadian died.
If it was brought to my attention, I would have
died. All the vociferous. If you're gonna if you're gonna take part in illegal activities, you have to suffer whatever the consequences are.
Right. Just like the fellas from Sea Lords who went out in the sea, right, and ambushed the fishermen and threw them overboard and killed them. They should have been gone down. Shouldn't be arrested.
Yeah,
And
if
them
they're
fellas,
involved in
and
illegal
them
activities,
fellas,
of course.
and them
Of
fellas that
course.
went and robbed the bank in Grenada, is Grenada or Carriacou, them should have been shot too.
If they were involved in illegal activities, there are consequences to your actions.
And
If
you are a professor in a university.
that don't have
Recheck
nothing to do with anything.
recheck
What does
what
that
you're
do with a
saying.
professor?
Re-examine what you're saying there.
That don't have nothing to do with. There's called the utilitarian approach. You look it up. Look up the utilitarian approach. Look it up
Yeah,
right now.
but the
Look it up.
child
So you
How do you
just
guys look it up?
find that law enforcement have the right
Okay,
to shoot
Gary,
you
Gary, you
for
brought in a
conducting
professor.
illegal activity.
Gary,
You were saying that law enforcement and immigration have the right to shoot you if you are crossing a border illegally, running from your
Gary,
country for your
if
life.
you are
No way.
involved in illegal activities and you put the people on the borders' life in jeopardy, they have a right to use force on you.
But how did the baby put the life in the person in
If
jeopardy?
the pirogue,
How did?
listen to this, if the pirogue was aggressive towards the Coast Guard, they have a right to use force.
And Slim, you're sounding like Trump and Putin now.
No, Trump. It's facts. Look up the
Sounding like
utilitarian
Trump and
approach.
Putin. But I don't
Diana,
agree. I don't
look
agree with
up
that.
the utilitarian
I
approach
don't
says
agree with
there
that.
are consequences for your
I
actions.
don't agree with that. You have to
But
be. You
that's
have to have a
okay.
humanitarian approach.
That's okay.
I think you're having some kind of side effect from that Baliza juice, but
Well, that's a good
yeah,
side effect.
something
If
kind
you're
of
involved in illegal
mixing.
activities,
Maybe it mixing with some UNC punching. I don't know.
that's all right. If you're involved
Look.
in
You better
illegal
drink. You
activities
better drink some of my
and you
oatmeal and
put
banana.
other people's life in jeopardy, you have to suffer the consequences.
Drink some of my oatmeal and banana. Now, you know that might soothe your
Whatever they
brain.
are. Is the same or you go fight and say, oh God, look the Coast Guard. They learn all them Venice coming to Trinidad. The border free, the border open. And one time,
No,
Ansem,
I don't agree with that.
we
But
are
I
not
don't.
asking the Coast Guard to shoot innocent people, but to contain them and process them and
Yeah,
let's
you
deal
know,
with
just
them
shoot.
in a
yeah,
humanitarian
Gary,
manner. We
you
can
was
do
out there
that.
on the waters.
We could
You
do
was
that.
out there on the waters to know what the Coast Guard was going through. You was out there. You and Diana. Both of them was out on the waters to know what them people was going through. Right?
Yeah, I don't agree
All
with
they
the
don't know what
child.
they're going through, but all they could pass judgment on them. Just as how the UNC leader says murder. She don't know what they're going through. She don't know what
Listen
them
to
to deal
me.
with them
There is no
Venezuelans. But it's
justify.
murder.
There is nothing to justify they pose any kind of serious threat to the Coast Guard. Number
How
one.
you know that?
All
How
right.
you know that, Gary?
I don't believe that baby was carrying no
supporting the
arm.
police when they go up in Lavantil and shoot up them fellas that come down the hill and robbery. I supporting the police on that.
So, Hamildura, welcome. Hamildura said that's not true, Wall Street. The taxpayers will have to pay. What will the taxpayers have to pay for? I know this. What the taxpayers will have to pay for? Right? I don't know what they have to pay for.
Is Dr. Ragoonath in there?
No, it's not there.
Dr. Ragoonath, log in now. We could talk about the historic about the beat, about the bamboo.
You see, we in Trinidad and Tobago, right? We don't want to see improvement. We don't want to see the Coast Guard do it. Of course, there's accessory to anything. There's accessory to what happened. You know what now? If I was in Venezuela, I would have cut a pirogue, put 3 babies on it, and when the Coast Guard stopped me, I said, look, we have 3 babies on it. Let me ask you guys a question. Why did the Venezuelan government tell the Trinidad and Tobago government, you know what? You see them people who was on them pirogue, we don't want them come back to Venezuela. Or they keep them. Keep them. Why? 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 Ask the question, huh? Because they know they were involved in illegal activities. That's why. They know it.
No. They're the people running for their life. They know it. Oh, come on.
So why don't they stay in Trinidad?
Well, maybe they're going back home because they realize.
Why don't the Venezuelan government tell them, we're not taking them back?
They can't tell them they're not going to take them back because that's their homeland. That's where they're born.
Yes, they could.
You can't. No, you can't tell somebody. You can't treat that. Can't tell you they're not going to take you back. That is your birth country. Can't tell you they're not going to take you back.
What do they do to exile and stranded citizens?
Well, that's Keith Rowley. He got that on
What
his
they do? What they
conscience.
tell you? You can't
That
come back
that
home. They tell you
well,
that. They can tell
that's
you,
true. That is key under Keith Rowley administration. But you're not supposed to do that.
but
You
but,
suppose you should be able
but
to
you
go
can
back
do
to
it.
your country.
Them
But
people, them people
Venezuela
was
ain't
back.
doing it.
2 days later, they was back in Venezuela. And the Guardian National, whoever it is, come, they say, all right, give me people. Because they come illegally, they get caught, we taking them back and putting them back. Why would they tell the Venezuelan government to patrol their borders? Eh? Why don't tell the American government to lift the embargo on Venezuela so the Venezuelans can live happier? Poor little Trinidad trying to do their work, right? Little Coast Guard trying to do their work. The
I
UNC
don't
leader has to come and
agree.
call you for
Do
that
your
murder.
work and do it right. Do your
I
work and
don't
do it right.
agree with the shooting of the. Remember, Anselm, why I'm speaking this way? I served in the Barbados Coast Guard. I know how things are done. They didn't call
When
the
are you serving in
shooting.
Barbados Coast Guard? What year?
How? Back in the 80s.
Oh, you
No,
serious?
of
You
course,
serious?
Anselm, it has to be back in the 80s. I mean, come
And you want
on,
to use that
why are you
experience in
laughing?
2022? In the 80s?
But
Come on,
of
Adana,
course,
man. You gotta come better than that.
but
You
the same
gotta come better
patrol
than that.
mechanisms are in
Chalk and
place,
cheese. Chalk and
except
cheese.
how
Chalk and
you mean
cheese.
chalk? How you mean chalk and cheese?
You serve
You
in
hello. You run track it back in the 80s, same running, the same track you're running
no, it
on.
isn't. No, it isn't. Of course it isn't. No, it isn't.
Maybe
Of course not is it.
maybe
It's
a different
different.
turf. Maybe a different
No,
turf,
no.
but it's
I can't do
but
the
it's the
same thing I
same.
used to do back in the 80s. Come on
But
now.
that's not what I said.
I'm skipping off a little bit. I'll get back with you guys.
I said the same act of patrolling.
No, it is not. No, it is not. It is not. Things have changed drastically.
Yes, things have
So
changed,
they have to come up with new policies, new
but
ideas.
the procedures are there to follow are still the same.
And the procedures change. No, it's not. No, it's not.
And
It
Sam, don't talk
changes.
way. Don't stick to your professoring and your
No,
running,
no.
okay?
You was in the Coast Guard in the 80s, right?
Stick.
That is nearly 40 years ago. And you want to tell me, all right. You know what? I leave Trinidad and Tobago 1977. Right? I could say the same thing what you saying to them. Right? Things change.
All right, let's leave that alone.
No, it's not leave it alone, but if you bring up something, you
Let's
have to make it make sense. Could I make no sense?
Let's leave it alone.
All right.
Yeah,
I know I'm
let's
going to leave it alone.
Ring my bell. Ring the bell. My bell from 1978. This is a vintage bell, you know. All right. I guess is not none of the guests coming on tonight.
Nobody won't come in the village tonight. You say what?
I wanted him to talk about the bamboo, you know, the history of the bamboo.
Correct is right. This is our parliament. Everything in here is everything. Everything in the parliament. Ellis, welcome, boy.
I just finally get his laptop.
Once your nation is corrupt, nothing will ever work. Listen. I need for you all to go and look at the corruption index, right? In Transparency International.
Trinidad is number 7.
Go and look at it, Just go and look at it. Don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it.
Number 7 behind Iran and Haiti and terrible, way up there.
Alvin Singh and Sam Sensei is a sponge peeing him. Bringing Dr. Amy Bong. I really want to know what he does do.
Didn't you try to bring him in? He was having connectivity problems.
No. That the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He ain't coming over.
Oh, yeah.
So Lions Love says half of what this lady is saying is true. Half. You see, Diana? He said half of what he's saying is true. Lions love. But the
Okay.
system was rigged against them from the beginning. Listen, listen, eh? Let me put this up
Well,
to you.
if you all don't fix it, then you all have to live in it here. Because I'm
Honestly,
really tired and fed up. Tired
the
and fed up.
system was never broken. It was built that way.
Mm, mm, mm,
It was never broken. It's built that way. It's a
mm, mm,
system they have in place, and it's built that way, right? One party come in power, they give people CPEP contracts, right?
mm,
Next
mm,
party come in power, right? Different set of people get CPEP contract. One party come in power, right? They give plenty people different boards. Everybody had to resign from the boards from that different party. New party, new boards, right? A new party come in power, the old party start 10 project, they leave all them 10 project and start 10 new projects, right? The system is not broken. It was built that way. And until some party had the testicular fortitude to change it, we'll continue along that way, spinning top in mud. And that's what we're doing. We're spinning top in mud. And not only that, but if I am a UNC, I have to defend UNC to the hilt. If I am a PNM, I have to defend PNM to the hilt. And if you are PNM and you stop defending PNM, we go demonize you, destroy you, dismiss you, and discredit you. Same thing with the other party. Right? That is just the system. That is the way the system is. Once you are part of the system, right, and you follow what the system says you need to follow, you're good. Look, use me as an example. As soon as I start to talk about Chumakak and the buildings and them, and it's the PNM, oh God, what is enemy number one? As soon as I start to say about the Prime Minister, what he says, that I could be the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, when I call him what he says, people said I disrespectful. For what he says, because you have to defend your party at all costs. So it doesn't matter, right? Your party could be doing bad, they're doing good, everything goes into the same bucket. You be quiet, be silent. And if you are not silent, and if we could victimize you, I'm sorry for you. You're in trouble. Well, at least one of our guests shows up.
Dr. Ragoonath.
Dr. Raghunath, how are you doing tonight?
I'm fine, thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. How was your New Year so far?
The New Year has been going good. I mean, as good as it can in the context of the pandemic and everything else that is going on in Trinidad.
So when do you think we're gonna get out of this pandemic situation in Trinidad and Tobago? When are we gonna be able to free up? I mean, I'm not talking about the Taster Carnival or anything like that. When do you think we're gonna be able to be back to normal, some sense of normalcy in Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, in fact, there are already calls for that to start taking place, because as far as some people are concerned, whereas we have 50% of the population are already vaccinated, or about just about 50%, that's 50% of the population, and plus the extra 125,000 or so who has been infected. That would put us to about 725,000 people who supposedly have the antibodies in their system, and that amounts to just about just over 60% of the eligible population to be vaccinated. So the government had suggested that they were looking at about a 70% for herd immunity. So we're not very far off from that, in the context of simply saying that we may very well get to that stage without any other major hiccups. And in that context, I mean, several of the things that the government has proposed and in fact implemented, such as the safe zones, one may question whether they are still required. The quasi-safe zone for the public service, for instance, that is supposed to come on stream the 17th of February, We know the laws have not yet been prepared, so definitely that cannot come on stream. And by the time they're probably ready for that, there'll be no need for it. So I suspect that that will go the same way as we had the pandemic leave way back in May, June of 2020, when yes, they advocated the need for pandemic leave, but nothing ever came out of it. So we'll probably wait and see whether the quasi-safe zones would be at all implemented, but I doubt very much that it will be. And in that context, I am suspecting that probably by Easter of this year, we may very well say, well, all right, everybody continue to live their lives. We have to live with the pandemic and go ahead living your lives as normal. And all the safe zones as it relates to simply people unvaccinated or children under the age of 12 would be allowed to do whatever they want to do.
Now, Dr. Raghunath, as a political scientist, does a political scientist get involved in situations like what happened with respect to the Coast Guard and the comments made by the Prime Minister and the opposition leader as a political scientist?
As a political scientist, we will comment on any issue that suggests that there is concern for the society as it relates to the politics. Now, in the particular instance, for instance, we will only comment. Maybe I should also say we will only comment when we are asked to comment. I mean, we don't go out there and make comments, because if you go out there and make a comment as a political scientist, people will think you're a politician rather than a political scientist. So in that context, we will comment when called upon to make a comment on the issue. I have made a comment on the issue. I thought it was premature for the Prime Minister to say it was an accident. I have commented and said that I think it was unfortunate that the leader of the opposition would have said it was a murder. But the point about it is that we have to wait for an investigation, or at least there should have been an investigation. We don't know whether we're going to get one, because as far as we know, the majority of the witnesses have since been deported. And whether they were questioned with regard to that particular incident, we don't know. So we don't know where that is going at all at this point in time.
So I guess, but Dr. Raghunath, well, we were having a discussion here, right? That if someone leaves Venezuela illegally to take to the high seas in order to get to Trinidad, and something unfortunate happens, like the killing of the baby, isn't there something to have to do with the illegality of it starting from the beginning and having to put yourself in that position to do something illegal? And I call it the utilitarian approach, in that there are consequences for your actions, right? There is positive consequences and there are negative consequences. And if you are putting yourself in that position, you have to understand the possibility that when you get out into the ocean, there's a possibility the pirogue might capsize. You know, you might lose your life due to drowning or something. I mean, never to say that you will lose your life due to fire from the Coast Guard, but that's a possibility. What do you say about that?
And I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you in the context of simply saying that once the migrants took an illegal approach to enter Trinidad and Tobago, there were all sorts of issues that was possible, not simply whether the Coast Guard would have fired upon them. Secondly, the Coast Guard, as far as I am concerned, has been called upon time and time again to close these porous borders. What the Coast Guard was probably doing, and we don't know the exact situation, but they were simply doing what they were required to do. In a way, block entry of illegal migrants into the country. So from that perspective, I am not saying that, and that's why I say it was unfortunate that we could probably go the leader of the opposition went the route of saying early o'clock that it was murder. Because as far as we were concerned, as far as I'm concerned, the Coast Guard has a job to do, and that is to protect the borders. And if migrants are coming in illegally, they have a job to do. Having said that, however, and coming back to that whole issue, anytime anybody puts their life, I mean, I told somebody, in fact, somebody asked on my opinion on this matter, and I said, let me tell you something. I cannot defend the Coast Guard, nor can I accuse it of anything, because on the high seas in the dead of night, where there's no sunshine, sunlight, or even moonlight, because it was not even full moon, anything could happen, and you don't know what exactly is happening outside there in the seas. It could be rough, it could, all sorts of things could happen. So we don't know, and that is why I'm very cautious in how I comment on what exactly transpired in the context of that incident. However, I support the point of view that once you run the risk of coming to Trinidad illegally, cross the deep seas, you are taking a very huge risk with your life and limb. And in this particular case, the mother put herself and her children in danger.
But Dr. Raghunath, going back to the time of Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
They ran to Jerusalem, Bethlehem, right? They ran. And we have the southern borders. You can see me, right? They have the southern borders repeated throughout the entire hemisphere, throughout the globe. We have it up in France, southern France. We have it here, Texas. We have it there in Trinidad and Tobago. All over the world, we have it there in Canada. We different places. You see the migrant situation dire. So, what are we to say? I mentioned, I brought this up with Anselm. The G8, when you have the G8 summit, they what do? There's not only 8 countries in the world. Are they considering, is Venezuela's economy represented at this G8 summit? And this is the problem. What are we doing to stop these people from trying to enter Trinidad's borders? It starts there with the G8 summit. The people are trying to get somewhere to better themselves. So, it- how do we address this issue where where other mothers won't have to repeat this action because it's not going to stop?
Now, what you're asking there is trying to reconcile an illegal activity, and I'm using the word illegal here, um, in quotations, an illegal activity with the rationale or the reason behind persons having to adopt and take on this illegal activity. I have no doubt, and I am not in any way will contest the fact that every individual, every human person is going to try to find a better way of life for themselves and for their family. That is their right, and that is, they are going to do it. In the case of Venezuela, as at this point in time, we know for a fact that things are not easy across there. Where if it's not COVID, it's food shortages. If it's not food shortages, it is water shortages, medical shortages, all sorts of shortages. And the challenge of, however, if for every Venezuelan is simply how can they get themselves out of this predicament. But again, you see, and they opt for the option of simply saying, well, let us go to Trinidad, let us go to Colombia, let us go south, and they will do all of these things because they are simply seeking a better way of life for themselves. In Trinidad, for instance, as at this point in time, we have a lot of Spanish-speaking people. Not all of them are Venezuelans. We actually had some Cubans here as refugees coming here from Cuba. Now, they did not come here with pirogues across the sea. They probably landed here illegally through the airport, but then they decided to go and seek refugee status. So, in that context, that is every human being is going to try to better themselves, make a better life for themselves and their families. So that is one issue. But we cannot reconcile that with the fact that um, you want to do it an illegal way. Now, I say that in the context of simply saying, yes, our borders are closed. Well, sorry, they're not closed as they were. But the point about it is that some Venezuelans could probably still go and get visas to come to Trinidad if they so desire. Now, some people have asked, how do Venezuelans come to Trinidad legally? No, because we don't have flights from Venezuela to Trinidad. But nearly every day there are boats coming into Trinidad from Venezuela on the Western Hemisphere, the Northwestern Hemisphere. They come through Chagaramas because they come in there to probably sell fish and whatever else. And in that context, they are faced with immigration and customs officers therein. So that's a possibility. You don't have to hide and come in here. But in this particular case, what we've been seeing is that people are trying to come the illegal way. And one could ask the question, why? Another issue as relates to that is simply this. We have a lot of Venezuelans who are in Trinidad now, many of whom would have applied 2 years ago and would have gotten the permission to stay in Trinidad and to work in Trinidad and so forth. There is a source of information that suggests that several of those who have that permit now still trek to and from Venezuela because they still take things and come back. But they know when they land back in Trinidad, they have their permit. But they're not going through any legal routes because you ask the company.
So yes, so that was one of the big issues, Dr. Raghunath, regarding to what, and we had a big discussion here, and I think the last thing anybody wants to do is anyone die.
He's frozen.
Oh, he's frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Are you hearing me, Dr. Raghunath?
He's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Take him out. Let him come back in.
All right, let's see. All right, let me remove him and bring him back. Yeah, so let me address some comments here in the chat. He should come back. Okay, so let me see. Master Brave Boy, welcome. I Mulligan, welcome. Chris Watson said, Ansem, Miguel is a PNM expired voter. He is in Rowley Farm now. Okay. Lana says, Ansem, don't forget the COVID committee, eh? Just have the report after Carnival. Miss Kuva, welcome. Hamadullah Wahid, welcome. You have any new songs, man? Fish Stick say, Wall Street, dismantle. I wonder if Sergeant Alexander will be heading that new team. Yes, Fish Stick. Sergeant Alexander is going to be heading the NOTF, the NOTF. Lana had a question. Did any of the families of those two individuals sue the police service? I don't know. Ellis Laborde wants to know, Wall Street, should we fire the PNM misleader? You cannot fire him. Lana says the shooting of the Venezuelan child didn't stop an illegal Venezuelan from trying to come in next day. Venezuelan on a boat to Trinidad, of course. Lana also says the Coast Guard are not murderers. They did not shoot to kill. All right. Lana also said this is not the first time Coast Guard used force to stop illegal immigrants. is the first time a kill got shot and died. Full 100. Kenton Thomas, who I think have not been here before, says one of the persons who died as a result of that extrajudicial killing is a U.S. citizen and has attracted attention of the U.S. authorities. Maybe that's why they had some money they were supporting sort with, and that money was pulled. Curry says, Lana, people will complain about the Coast Guard not stopping anyone from coming in, but now that they did their jobs, they are wrong. Curry's full 100. Full 100. Trinidadians were complaining left, right, and center. The Coast Guard is a waste of time, right? We are no boats. We are nothing. We are this. We not that. We not the other. And as soon as they do their job, and unfortunate, one person died. The Coast Guard is a waste of time. There is murderers, all kind of thing. And look, Dr. Raghunath just said, I don't know. We don't know what conditions them Coast Guard in when them out there at night in the middle of the night. We don't know what they're facing. We don't know what they're dealing with. But all of us, right, want to cast aspersions, not all of us, many of us, wants to cast aspersions on the guys just do their job. I could have seen if this was the third or the fourth or the fifth killing by Coast Guard, by Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. I could have seen if it was that. For all these years, Coast Guard patrolling them waters, all these years, the first time somebody get killed and all they want to put through the Coast Guard under the water, this is not under the bus now, it's under the water now, right? How could that be? How could that be? How could that be? One time. All they need is one time. Welcome back, Dr. Raghunath.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I had some internet challenges.
That's all right. We understand. Yeah. So Dr. Raghunath, has there ever been a history of the Coast Guard shooting and killing anyone out in the waters?
Not that I could recall. It probably has happened, but I cannot recall such an incident.
So that alone can tell you something, right? To me, that alone tells me something, right? In that, go ahead.
Go ahead. You tell me.
Yeah, in that the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard is not a company that goes out there and try to kill immigrants. They don't go out there and see. I mean, I will even go out on a limb to say some of them pirogues pass through and come into Trinidad, and them Coast Guard just let them come in.
Well, the thing about it is that we are accustomed, and in fact, and this is why I made reference to the Northwestern Peninsula, because the Venezuelan boats that come into Chagaramas and to Port of Spain just pass outside Stobbles Bay, which is the Coast Guard headquarters. So it can't be that the Coast Guard not seen them.
Right.
So that has been a regular passage. And in fact, there is actually video that people would have recorded showing that. And in fact, when they had asked, I think the Minister of National Security said, yeah, that's a normal thing. They come in every day. They bring fish to sell. They bring whatever to trade. So it's an accepted route that this happens on a daily basis. So yes, the Coast Guard knows that there are these constant visits by Venezuelan boats. The question, however, is that in the majority of those instances, when they are coming in legally, they come in during the day. But when you pick up one coming in the night, you have to ask yourself, what are they bringing? What contraband are they bringing? Whether it be drugs, whether it be guns, whether it be humans, we don't know.
So Dr. Raghunath, we have had a situation here with respect to the bamboo, right? As a political scientist, do you have an opinion, or could you give us a little history of for us here in the diaspora who may not absolutely know, how the bamboo came about, right? A little political from a history perspective. How did the bamboo come about? If you could help us with that.
Okay, that is easy. When we talk about the bamboo today, for all intents and purposes, there are three villages referred to as bamboo. Bamboo number one, bamboo number two, and bamboo number three. Bamboo number one and bamboo number two are very old communities. When I say very old communities, I mean they have been around before I was even born, and I could say that without fear of contradiction. And for all intents and purposes, bamboo number one and bamboo number three, my parents would have told me that they would have had known people from those communities long before I was born. So that, I mean, I'm talking about communities that were probably established more than 75, between 75 to 100 years ago, or if not older. So that's bamboo number one and bamboo number two. Bamboo number one is west of the Uriah Butler Highway. So that has been a community that has been flourishing there for however long. Bamboo number two is what we would have referred to previously as fishing pond. Why? Because in the 1960s, the Ministry of Agriculture at that point in time would have built two big ponds to try tilapia farming. And in fact, that was just at the entrance of bamboo number one, bamboo number two. And as you pass those ponds, you would have come across the moss, which has been there for a very long time. Now, bamboo number two is that area which literally became the bamboo when people would have said the bamboo when they wanted to go and to get car parts and so on. And that was because one or two villagers from that community had started the import of foreign use spare parts, and that business just flourished in that community. So bamboo number one, bamboo number two are very old communities within Trinidad and Tobago, within
No,
Trinidad.
no, Dr. Raghunath, there is some question with respect to it was agricultural land. How do we reconcile people making that statement that it was
Okay,
go ahead.
parts of the parts of the land were deemed to be agricultural. Where the roadsway would have passed, the frontages towards the road would have been made residential property. But the areas to the back of the frontage, the properties on the roadside, would have still been deemed to be agricultural properties. So there's one main road going down in bamboo number two, and then there are about six or seven, about six side streets that run perpendicular to the main road. And in those streets, for instance, again, the frontages would have been deemed to be residential, and the back areas would have been agricultural. Now, what has happened over the years is simply because of the foreign use parts business and so on. A lot of those agricultural lands, people built warehouses, huge warehouses, whatever, and in effect, they started now using it as businesses. But the context of it is simply, I am not sure whether the tongue and country division would have ever revisited as to whether or not those areas should be confirmed as business, commercial, residential, or still agricultural. But like I said, the frontages, those along the main roads and even some of the side streets, have always been deemed to be residential. They were not commercial, and I would say that. But with time, businesses started out in many instances in the downstairs parts of people's houses, and then it blossomed into going into what was deemed to be the agricultural parts of bamboo.
Dr. Raghunath, how are you doing? This is Gary Mahabe. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Is it possible? No, no. This is not the first instance where we had agricultural land, the community grown into commercial and industrial. But we have seen that happen in Trinidad and Tobago. We've seen it happen in many countries. Even here in the US, they will do what they call a rezoning. Sort of where you change the zone qualification for it. I am wondering, is it possible those people who have been having problems in getting the area rezoned into commercial and residential or properties? Is it possible that they were having problems with that?
I cannot say. I don't know whether they have.
I mean, that could be a possibility, right?
That could be a possibility, but I cannot say whether or not they actually applied to have it rezoned.
Yeah, I'm just saying that some people have complained. I've heard it before that they had issues with Tongue and Country getting it approved, approval for many years and getting the zone changed and a lot of issues like that. It was like pulling teeth to get things changed. So that could be one of the possibility. But the community has grown. They have prospered, and I'm just wondering what's the issue against that? Well, what is the problem with that?
Well, I'm not sure what's the problem with that, except to say that um, because bamboo has grown into the bamboo literally, um, it has now become a very much so commercial area. And for all intents and purposes, there is need now for uh, town and country division as well as the municipal authorities and whatever else to go in there now and regularize either commercial properties and even and in the context of the proposed property taxes, if they are able to rezone that area, then the government is likely to make a lot more money out of it rather than simply leaving it as an agricultural area. So clearly, it is in the interest of the government to say, let us now go rezone it. And if you have a commercial property, you pay commercial rates. But again, that is something we have to wait and see how that pans out.
Right,
Because
right.
property tax has been on the table in Trinidad for the last 12 years.
Right, right. So, but I'm just kind of, I'm very aware of the difficulties some people have been having with getting the zone, the place to be regularized, and and stuff like that. So I haven't spoken to anybody. We were hoping that Inshan Ishmael could have enlightened us if there was any issue with getting the place regularized, rezoned into commercial and residential. As you said, the frontage was residential, and the community has grown. So some adjustment has to be made. We are kind of really running behind on a lot of things in Trinidad and Tobago. We just, some things that remain so ancient that it's like pulling teeth to get any kind of adjustment.
Well,
So
I mean today I was on another television show, and in fact I had to make that same point that, for all intents and purposes, nothing seems to be done in a timely manner. And until yesterday, or I think, or the day before yesterday, we heard WASA complaining that if people are wasting water and they are to fine them, the fine is still $75. People will gladly pay the $75 and continue with their lives. Likewise, for instance, um, all the various other taxes and charges, it's still at peppercorn rates. So we have to ask ourselves, when will the government, when will the institutions that are required to update a lot of these things start moving and doing the things that they're required to do?
well, I don't know if Ansem, Diana, you have any question? But I would say to Wasa before I end is that they should fix those major leaks that are gushing out of pipes before they talk about finding anybody.
But 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 Dr. Ragnar, just going back to the bamboo, right? Aren't we heading for problems because if it's now considered a commercial property, the tax is going to be higher. right?
Yes,
If
it
it's
should be.
considered an agricultural property, the tax is going to be much lower, right? Because
Right.
agriculture is because normally agriculture is one of the highest subsidized industry in this country. So I'm just thinking, would there now be a fight to say, well, listen, this was actually agricultural, and we spend our money and we built it up like that. We shouldn't be now charged commercial property rates, but agricultural rates.
Well, you see, again, it goes both ways. But whereas, yes, people are going to complain that but now is probably the best time
Mhm.
for anybody to say, let us rezone. And I'll tell you, and I said it before, we've been talking property tax for the last 10 years. For the last 12 years or 14 years, people have not been paying what was previously called land and building taxes, simply because the government was proposing to bring on property taxes, which they never brought on, which they never got passed. And in the context of simply saying, well, we could go in there now and rezone because nobody's being charged at this point in time. But of course, when the property taxes come on stream, then you're going to have to pay the commercial rates. It's not only about the property taxes. Huh? Bear in mind that for all of those business places in the bamboo, um, even when they get their water connections, and they do have pipe-borne water connections, they are currently paying, I am almost certain they're paying residential rates. They are not paying commercial rates. That is assuming that the buildings have not been assessed as being commercial. So that would be WASA would be happy to have their rates raised if that is the case. And that is where we now have to look at those sorts of issues.
So,
Dr.
Dr.
Raghunath,
Raghunath,
what about
Diana,
the
hold 1 minute.
issue?
Diana, let's go for a quick
Top
station
of the hour.
identification, and we'll be right back. Dr. Raghunath, just stay with us for a few minutes. We're going to go for a quick station identification. It's in the village
Certainly.
with the DAC triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We have with us political scientist, Dr. Bishnu Ragoonath, with us tonight, and he's kind of giving us some history regarding bamboo, as well as a little background of his opinion with respect to what happened on the waters of Trinidad and Tobago recently. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back after this.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We're back with you. It's in the village with the DAC triplets and WZY 95.9 FM. We have with us in the village tonight no other than political scientist, Dr. Bishnu Ragoonath. Go ahead, Anna.
Yes, Dr. Raghunath. I believe I saw a video where Inshan Ishmael, tell me if I'm saying the name correctly, Hanslam, lamented about the lack of water in hydrants. Being that it's a commercial area, shouldn't they have had water in the hydrants, or was that a willful thing, or did they have to apply for it? What caused them to have, no water in the hydrants? What could have
No,
caused that?
you have it wrong, Diana.
Okay.
It's not that they had no water in the hydrants.
Mm.
There are no hydrants.
Okay. All right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there are no hydrants, and the water pressure in the normal lines, which would have serviced residential properties,
Mm-hmm.
was low at the time of the fire.
Okay.
Okay, but there are no hydrants, and in fact, the residents have, in fact, Inshan Ishmael, I think when his business premises burned probably about 6 years or 7 years ago, he would have made an appeal at that point in time, because again, at that point in time, there were no hydrants, for hydrants to be set up or in bamboo number 2. But of course, nobody followed through on that, and there were never any hydrants placed in bamboo number 2.
So I mean, the authorities that be the fire authorities, they would see that their businesses in the bamboo area, doesn't that warrant or merit there should be water in, there should be fire hydrants there. I mean, common sense would tell them that, they're thriving businesses here, it merits, a fire hydrant here. Would, WASA, shouldn't that be? I mean, go without saying.
Well, common sense is not necessarily available to everybody in Trinidad and Tobago.
My God. Okay. All right.
Some of us only have book sense, like, I mean, some people would say I only have book sense. So
Mm,
we can't say
okay.
that common sense prevails. We would like to believe that, yes, at some point in time, there will be hydrants, but again, um, I am not sure who is going to take the responsibility to make sure it happens.
Mm, okay.
Shouldn't like tongue and country that should be something under them, under their jurisdiction, or to
Well, in the same way, tongue and country should have been, it's under their jurisdiction to determine whether the property should be zoned as being commercial now or
but I mean they work
rather than agricultural.
planning, right? Like planning,
Yeah,
Ministry of Planning or something like that.
yeah.
And they would designate, and they will have to give the contract to get the job done to us
Well,
or whoever it is that
no,
has.
well, as far I'm not sure whether they'll probably just zone it as a resident, as a commercial area.
Yeah, but Ministry of Planning should be playing a role in that, right? In that
Exactly.
designating. And
Well,
Town Country falls under Ministry of Planning, right? Doesn't it?
right, yeah. Gary, according to the news day, right, change of use is a matter determined by Tongue and Country Division of the Ministry of Development. The installation of hydrants fall under the purview of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services. Where those lands are state lands, the ministry, if requested by those statutory bodies, will give required approval. And somebody was saying they don't know if they had approval, but Inshan Ishmael said he applied in 2013 and 2015 to WASA and National Securities Minister, and to date there was no response regarding hydrants.
That seems to be the way things goes in Trinidad and Tobago. But there has to be an approval from Ministry of Planning. I would think. I mean, I left there a long time. I'm not 100% sure what Mr. Dr. Ragoonath can tell me. I mean, it does still fall under Ministry of Planning
Planning
to,
and development, yes.
yes, to designate the area warranted for certain things like these in the infrastructural changes and development. And then somebody has to be given the contract to get it done.
Yes.
Also, Gary, the article also said Inshan Ishmael said there was an agreement between 2010 and 2015 with the then MP for the area, Prakash Ramada, to
Right.
have hydrants installed, but that never materialized.
So come back with it. He made application, or there was some discussion.
There was an agreement
Agreement.
between 2010 and 2015 with the then MP for the area, Prakash Ramada, to have hydrants installed, but according to Inshan Ishmael, that never materialized.
Well, again, just to be clear, I mean, that statement is a very broad statement in the context of simply saying it's a 5-year period. Now, we don't know, for instance, I mean, as happens, as is the norm in Trinidad, if an agreement is made by a political party and that party goes out of office, chances are the incoming party are not going to follow through, even if projects were started under the old regime. Chances are they're not going to be followed through on it. So if Prakash Ramara gave them the assurance that we're going to put in hydrants, clearly, once the government changed, those agreements held absolutely no weight in the way we run politics in Trinidad.
Correct.
And the thing about question I have is if the agreement reached in I don't know between what period, if it was closer to 2010 or closer to 2015, but I mean, how long does it take after it's agreed upon to get the job done? I mean, does it take 10, 15 years? Does it take 5 years? I mean, does it take 1 year? I mean, this is something that we see happening in Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, it could take 20 years, as far as I see it, is it?
Look, in fact, in my teaching, I use an example, one example. Always use that same example, and I've been able to use it for the last 15 years. In 2003, the Patrick Manning government administration decided it was necessary for us to have procurement legislation in Trinidad. The discussion started in 2003. By 2006, there was a white paper that the government had developed, but then priorities changed and that plan was shelved. In 2010, the government changed, and 2 months to the date when the Kamala Prasad government took power, they brought back the same legislation to the parliament
For discussion.
for the parliament to consider it.
Right.
This was in July 2010. It went to joint select committees and to and from, and not until 2015 was that bill passed. It was passed in 2015. The PNM objected to it in 2015 when it was passed. Same Faris Alwari was in the opposition benches at the time. And they came back in 2016, revised it. We are in 2022 and we still don't have public procurement legislation implemented, even though we passed it in 2015, revised it in 2016, and we are now in 2022. So that alone tells you. And This was something that was started under the PNM in 2003. Need I say more?
It's taking a lifetime to get anything done there.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Ragoonath, Albert Montano says he was born in 1945, so the bamboo was not there in 1952.
Well, I am not sure what he's talking about in 1952 because I was born in 1961, and I know as a child, I knew bamboo was there.
Maybe he was not aware of it being existing because I didn't know nothing about bamboo until I reached the United States.
No, Montano was in politics, man. He's from a political family in Trinidad and Tobago.
No. So being from a political family doesn't make you in politics.
He says in 1952, my uncle was a senior government officer who took me to 4 Pond on a Sunday afternoon. That was before we had a chief minister, Eric Williams. Let me see what else he says. By the way, Dr. Ragoonath, someone says Dr. Bishnu Ragoonath sounds more like a PNM minister than a political scientist. I don't know why they say that.
I have been accused and put in on all sides of the political fence when it suits any of the political
Yeah. Trust me, I know exactly what you mean. You know what I mean? When you're talking for one side, you're good. But when you're talking for the other side, you belong to the other side. When you're talking for the PNM, you're at UNC, you know what I mean? And I understand that. But let me
I will always remember, I think it was the 2007 elections when the COP was contesting the election. And I went to a UNC meeting and somebody said, look up PNM spy. And I left there and I went to a PNM meeting and I was called a UNC spy. And so I told him, I said, when would I become a COP spy? You don't bother about that.
Oh God. So somebody's questioning when you say the bamboo is there more than 70 years.
Well, I could tell you it's there more than 60 years, definitely.
Okay. All right. So Albert Montano say, I was the counselor for bamboo number 1 from 1983 to 1992. I was fighting to regularize the residents' positions. So he was actually the counselor of bamboo. That's why I said I know.
Where bamboo where?
Bamboo One, Bamboo number
Uh,
one, from
no,
1983 to
that is a
1992.
different community.
Mm,
And that is why I kept stressing that we have to talk which bamboo we talk about. Bamboo number
mm,
one, bamboo number two, and bamboo number three.
mm.
Bamboo number three is a more recent development, and I would take that as a given. And that could be squatting areas. I don't know. But definitely I know bamboo number one. In fact, I have relatives who live in bamboo number one, and they own the property. Um, as far as I know, that property that they live on was not agricultural, and they own that property ever since I was a child. So I
So,
could
so
definitely tell
Dr.
you.
Raghunath, here is the question then. Then the agricultural land was taken freely then.
When you
If,
say agricultural lands were taken freely, I'm
well,
not.
for example, right? So there was commercial, there was residential property, and there was agricultural property. And then
Yes,
people expanded the residential into the agriculture and became commercialized,
yes.
right? So I'm asking that if when they expanded into the agricultural property, if it was paid for or if it was just expanded without any.
I'm not sure what you mean by when if it was paid for.
So all right. So let me say, for example, when we bought a piece of land, right? We put our property on the land. We put our property. We put our house on the land.
Right,
And next to that property was agricultural land. Say it was five
right.
acres of agricultural land. We didn't buy that. That the state owned that. However, after time, we realized nothing is happening, and we expanded into that agricultural land and turned it into a commercial space.
Okay, so 2 points of correction there.
Mm,
One, I am not sure whether the agricultural land that they are referring to, for
mm.
instance, is state land or whether it's private agricultural land.
Okay.
Because in Trinidad, we could have private agricultural lands. In
Okay.
many parts of uh, the Caroni Plains, I know people have agricultural lands which are privately owned, and it goes from 1 acre blocks to 20-acre blocks of land. So
Mm,
I cannot say whether it was state land or whether it was private land. What I
okay.
could say, however, is simply so okay. So if I had if I bought a residential a 5 acre block of land, let's just say a 5 acre block of land,
Mhm,
which was deemed to be agricultural, but
mm,
because I had to live on the land, so I built a house. But the rest of the land was still zoned, if we would use that concept, as agricultural. But I had built my house, and in 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 the 60s, 70s, 80s, all of those houses would have started paying land and building taxes as part residential, part agricultural.
mm.
So we have to be but I don't know the specifics. So I don't want to say that I know the specifics. What I could tell you, however, is that there have been private property in bamboo number one and in bamboo number two, as well as agricultural property. I don't know who owned the agricultural lands, whether it was privately owned or whether it was state lands. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. But with the fishing that you had talked about earlier, when there was when they were fishing, was not the fishing part of it was not state land?
The fishing pond was just um, south of the Churchill Roosevelt Highway.
Mm,
There was the Ministry of Agriculture had set up the fisheries division there. They had dug two big ponds,
mm,
which they were using to breed tilapia.
mm.
And in fact, so that was at the big, that was just as you get off the highway. Remember, in those days, we had just a two-lane um, highway, uh, the Churchill
Albert,
Roosevelt
hold on
Highway.
a minute.
Huh?
Hold on. No, we get no call. Hold a minute. Let me see a minute. Just a minute. Albert, your audio is off. Your audio is off. Hold a minute. Audio. You mute. You mute. Hold a minute, right? He's trying to get it. He's trying to get it. This is Albert Montano from Canada.
Muted.
Yeah, he's muted. All right, go ahead, Dr. Raghunath. We're gonna see what happens with him. He muted.
Yeah. So the two ponds that were at the just at the top of the roadway were the agricultural the fisheries division, and as you go lower down, in fact, the mosque which you see visibly from the highway today, that mosque has been there, like I said, ever since I was a child. So I cannot say that that area was simply.
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
Yes. Hold a minute. Hold 1 minute.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now. Hold 1 minute. Hold a minute, Dr. Raghunath.
Yeah.
Yes.
I visit that area.
Hold on. I'll put it like this.
Bamboo came about because of the.
Go ahead.
The bamboo came about because of the building of the Princess Margaret Highway. These people were replaced because the highway was passing through Charlie Village. And when they replaced those people, they put them on bamboo number 1 and bamboo number 2. That's a place where they call bamboo number 3. That was nothing there. That is squatters. And inside of there, they were all both agricultural land. So when we were fighting for it, what I found out is that there were designated areas as agricultural land, but because the cane farm, which is Caroni Estate Limited, the government was allowed to run the road through there, the highway, the Princess Margaret Highway, and they had to find a place for them. And that's how they end up there. Now, I met a very old lady in my mother's time. My mother was born in 1915, right? And they had cows and things, milk and estate and all this kind of stuff. And this lady told me that my mother, they worked for my mother, and she was living in Charlie Village. In those days, you couldn't enter from that side. You have to pass around Southern Main Road. And they were replaced there when she got married, right? So whatever he's saying there doesn't make sense. Those people who build the places as business, it's done illegally because the town and country planning, we try to get them involved, right? With the replanning of that area. And they never got involved. I try to prevent any kind of, what I must say, well, exploitation of the people. And I had to block the what they were trying, the laws with ASM and them, because I said, if you do that, I know how corrupt the system is. They're going to take money from these guys because they're doing it now, these building inspectors. And I said, I will stand up against that, because when we came in there, to be doing the right thing for everybody, to make sure they get water and everything. I even had to get people to buy pipes, to connect the open pipes, and some people to get water, and I realized it's WASA with the problem, not the people.
So Albert, hold 1 minute. Hold 1 minute, right?
Yes.
Dr. Raghunath, what do you have to say? He is saying that bamboo tree is squatters, basically.
And I never disputed that. I simply said I don't know about bamboo number 3. I said bamboo number 1 and bamboo number 2 were there before I was born. Princess Margaret Highway, as he just correctly said, was built in the 1950s. And those people in bamboo number 1 and number 2 were placed there when Princess Margaret Highway was being built. So clearly it was before I was born.
Right, right.
So I'm not disputing the fact that bamboo number 3 has all, and I said that earlier on. Bamboo number 3 came on much later, and I don't know whether that is squatting areas. But bamboo number 1 and bamboo number 2, those are areas that has been long in existence.
Correct. So Albert, what you are giving us as far as information is concerned is that most of bamboo number 3 is basically land that was squatted upon, and eventually
there was nothing there. The first building was never go up there. The government allowed Stark to build a property closer to the Caroni River, right? But they were all those areas were considered cane farms, swamp lands, but they were not productive. We didn't even have a valsite north, south, or anything so. We didn't have nothing like that. I walked that street when it was 2 lanes. The church road was 2 lanes, and I know that place as the palm of my hand. I even lived in Spring Village for many years. Right after I got married, that's some years ago, right? So I know that place. I can tell you about those places. So nobody could tell me that that was so, unless something wrong in the head and the eyes.
Albert,
and I'm not stupid.
No, Albert, right? but Albert, what it's about? This is good because we are getting information. Dr. Ragoonath is bringing information, and basically there's some information. He said he really didn't know about it. When he first started to talk, you are just telling us that because a lot of people, some people may know, and some people may not know. But what you are telling us is that bamboo tree is basically squatters.
So just to say one thing.
Okay, so hold 1 minute, Albert. Go ahead, Dr. Ragoonath.
Just to say one thing, the fire that we're talking about is in bamboo number 2. It is not in bamboo number 3.
Right, no, you're right. But I think what happened is that when we first started, you were just giving an analysis of one Albert may have thing that you said that bamboo tree was agricultural and personal land, so to speak. All right, and he was saying that it's basically squatters who are on bamboo number 3. So Albert, I want to thank you so much for clearing that up. We always
up. But you see, the reason I have to come on because you all getting under my skin now. I hear a lot of misinformation. I had one last week, when I was involved in politics before Equilibriums came.
Well, Albert,
little boy, 7 years, I was helping bringing people out to vote. 7 years in 1952, 53, right? A little boy. Right, so I involved in this, and I was very conscious about my country. But I had to migrate when I couldn't take it no more because my cousin told me, Albert, you're making waves. You're making waves. I hear about you, Patrick Manny, talking about you, and if they're ready to get rid of you, they'll get rid of you, and nobody will investigate nothing. But I say, okay.
But Albert, that's why we appreciate you in the village. And once I see a call, I know how to pick it up. We appreciate you very much.
I'm not fighting for me. I'm in Canada because I bought it for my 4 children, and the only reason I have 4 children because my wife raised up plenty children. I have come from 11.
Albert,
I come from 11.
So Albert, we thank you so much. All right, we really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
I will fight for anything that you all say, but sometimes I hear you're losing it. So sometimes I want to tell you something and calm it, cool it.
That's all right.
Cool it because it's okay to upset and to say things. But I realize we came from a country where it's total confusion, and you are trying to help. If you didn't love the country, you will not waste time to do it.
Correct is right.
My wife in particular, she's not here now. I said, "Go to my mouth loud." She said, "Why is worried about them people for? Like they're stupid and thing." I say when I say that, just get me back. Remember, here the relation in my wife's side is Lionel Robinson, A&L Robinson, Dr. Toby, who was the chairman of what has been South.
So Albert, let's just finish. Let's just finish wrap up with Dr. Ragoonath, and we'll talk to you again. All right, let's just finish wrap up with him. All right, thanks a lot. All right, bye.
At least.
Yeah, so folks, there we have it. That was Albert Montano from the Montano family, who have been involved in politics in many different parties in Trinidad and Tobago. So Dr. Ragoonath, this was very important for us in that we wanted to just get a sort of perspective on, because this kind of bamboo thing have turned into sort of a race thing, and which is unfortunate, and I don't know why, when we're trying to discuss things, it always end up into some sort of discussion on race, rather than based on facts. I like to go based on facts more than anything else.
If I may respond to that issue as to why we always end up in race, and I will simply say that is what we have been schooled in the context of simply saying that in Trinidad and Tobago, the colonial administration, which brought both the Afro and the Indos onto this island, they practice that divide and rule philosophy. And in practicing that divide and rule philosophy, because in order that they keep their control, they ensure that one was pitted against the other. And unfortunately, we have not yet matured sufficiently to recognize that the colonial heritage that we were placed under was one which simply did not want us to work together, but rather against each other. And that is why today we continue the stereotypes which were developed ever since colonial times, continue today, and will probably continue for years to come until somebody at some point in time there's some enlightenment or something like that that would allow people to realize that Trinidad and Tobago belongs to all of us together and we could all work together. But we perpetuate the notion of divide and rule.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I
I
want to
ring
hope
him
that
a bell from 1978. Talk your talk, Dr. Raghunath. Talk your talk. I'm
I
tired of
myself
it. Tired of it.
I myself want to hope that at some point in time in the future we get away from this, this African versus African or blacks versus Indian, and to know that we can all be in this together, and but we have to blame the politicians too.
Well,
We have to,
the politicians continue it until today.
yeah.
Unfortunately, that is what we learned from our colonial masters, and today they continue to practice it.
Mm. Yeah, and that is sad. And it seemed like if, many of us in our parties don't want to hold our elected officials accountable. And by giving them a pass, because I suppose that party, it only inflates, the division. It doesn't make it any better. It only inflates it because many of us sitting in the party and we don't call out when they say things they're not supposed to say. But
But
hopefully, go ahead.
but that has been the real challenge. That has been the real problem for Trinidad and Tobago, in that we have been so steeped into party politics slash race-based politics,
Mm.
that regardless of what our so-called leaders would tell us,
Correct.
we will simply blindly follow, notwithstanding we wouldn't even give it a second thought to know whether are these people being rational or not. We
Hmm.
wouldn't even do that because we will continue to support whatever they say, even though we may know it to be wrong, we may know it to be unethical, but
Hmm.
because it's our party against them, and if we only suggest that we may want to question our own leadership, we will have problems. In fact, last night, in fact, I was doing a lecture and I was telling my students, I said, there have been instances when both in the PNM and in the UNC, both parties, when people within their own party would come to me because I'm so-called independent and say, "Can you raise this in the public's in a public forum?"
Hmm.
That way, we'll get our party to actually talk about it, because we can't raise it on the inside because they
Yeah.
will simply knock us down. And
Hmm.
I'm telling you, this happens on both sides of the political spectrum.
Mm. And that is so interesting, Dr. Raghunath. But not only that, Dr. Raghunath, if you are a critical thinker and you belong to any of those parties and you start to think a little too critically, they're gonna pell the 4Ds at you. They're gonna demonize you, they're gonna discredit you, they're gonna dismiss you, and then they're gonna try to destroy you. Because they don't really want critical thinkers. They want people who can follow the leader. Right? Whatever the leader says, I just want you to follow that. And that doesn't make for democracy.
And that is why Mr. Gomes, who spoke a few minutes ago,
Mm.
would have said he had to leave Trinidad.
Right? Albert Montano. Yeah, Albert
Sorry,
Montano.
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 That
Yeah.
is why he would have had to leave Trinidad, because again, he was an independent thinker. I know for a fact that both the PNM and the UNC would simply would I am in both of them their black books. Let's put it like this. So I don't have a problem anymore. I am not looking for any political position. I'm not looking for any political favors. I simply call it as I see it. And I know it doesn't rub people the right way, but both political parties, the leadership of both political parties, have made it quite clear that one person who is blacklisted from anything is Bishnu Ragoonath. I don't have a problem with that.
So you an equal opportunity blacklister. The
Equal
PNM has
opportunity.
blacklist you and the UNC has blacklist you.
Yes.
I heard I was blacklisted too, so I ain't worried about nothing.
And they don't like me at all, Bishnu.
Well,
They don't like me at all.
the difference between you all and me is that I still live in Trinidad.
Yeah. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. That's absolutely a big difference.
They don't like the Bajan girl at all. They wouldn't even give me back my ID card. But that's okay.
But Dr. Raghunath, before you go, last question for me. Do you have an opinion with respect to what happened with the commissioner of police? The commissioner of police is there? I mean, in about 2 minutes or so, do you have a position, or have you actually,
Which commissioner of police?
the last one? Yes, Triple G. GG. Yeah, GG.
Okay. I refer to him as Motomouth, unfortunately.
Motomouth, all right. Because the Calypsonian call him Motomouth too. Dwayne O'Connor in his Calypso, yeah.
Right. But Gary Griffith talked a little bit too much. And for all intents and purposes, he would rub people the wrong way. We bear in mind, if you look at Gary Griffith was number 4 on that merit list when he was appointed in 2018. He was not number 1. The PNM badly wanted Gary Griffith in there because he would have served a political concern for them. It was politically expedient for them to get Gary Griffith in and not the number 1, number 2, number 3 persons at that point in time. But then the PNM recognized or realized that Gary Griffith was a loose cannon in that they could not control him the way they thought that they would have controlled him. And it is in that context, he ran into challenges with the Prime Minister. And from the time he ran into those challenges with the Prime Minister, things started going sour. Of course, at the same point in time, we know that Gary Griffith had several influential friends within the PNM. But even so, within the PNM, the influential friends did not have that amount of influence over the Prime Minister, who would have been rubbed the wrong way by Gary Griffith. And it was clear that since 2020, the Prime Minister had made up his mind, Gary Griffith not coming back in. But Faris Alwari, for instance, and even Stuart Young seemed to want to have Gary Griffith there. Of course, from the time Stuart Young was removed as National Security Minister, that was the end of the lifeline that Gary Griffith had. And clearly it was time for him to move on. Of course, he did not want to move on, but the die was cast. Now, the question is, and this is one of the things that I've always said, I cannot understand as of now why the government did not allow the merit list to go to the parliament the way that it went in 2018. And had it gone the way that it went in 2018, in the same way they bypassed person number 1, person number 2, person number 3, they could have simply bypassed Gary Griffith as person number 1. go to the parliament and negate the resolution. But they didn't even want to go to that stage. And one could ask ourselves the question, why didn't they want to go? Now, I don't have an answer to that, because I think that is where we go, that there's more in the mortar than the pestle in terms of why they wanted Gary Griffith out.
Now, as you said that, before you go, right, as you said that, do you think Faris Awari should resign?
The thing about it is that um, uh, from my own personal position, Faris Alwari has been committing blunder after blunder over the last few years. But while there is that concern as to whether he should resign, the fact is he's not going to resign, because he has a role to play in being there and in being kept there. The prime minister will not, I mean, it has been rumored in Trinidad years ago, about 3 years ago, that the prime minister would have wanted Faris gone as attorney general, and probably Stuart Young would have been a better attorney general. But the point about it, the constituency, and I'm here not talking about the San Fernando West constituency, the constituency that Faris Alwari represents or comes from, not San Fernando West, which is the one that he won. That constituency, those financial backers of Faris Alwari and the PNM have insisted that Faris Alwari remain there. And it is in that context that I don't think we could see the back of Faris Alwari unless he does something or unless he gets charged. Because we will remember, in fact, again, this was one of the issues that I brought up yesterday in my class. When the questions were asked on whenever to the prime minister, and he said, well, Faris Alwari has not been charged. I cannot fire him. But we remember that when last year in the THA election, the prime minister made mention of the case with Watson Duke, when he told Tobagonians, I will not give you a pass if you ever voted for Watson Duke. And he said the reason why he would not give Tobagonians a pass if they voted for Watson Duke was simply because Watson Duke had a criminal matter before the courts. And he, knowing full well that any person who has a criminal matter before the courts cannot serve as in any official position. And he used the example to say, and that is why I had to fire Marlene McDonald in 2017, 2018. So yes, he fired Marlene McDonald because she was formally charged. Faris, however, has not been formally charged for anything. We know the blunders, for instance, his advising Mr. Schoon, for instance, his calling the police station, or Mr. Schoon while he was at the police station, but of course coming out there initially and saying, well, I'm not here telling you how to do your job, but that's not a party boat, that's a restaurant. And the police had to tell him, well, as far as we are aware, it's a party boat. And he backed down therein. The matter that is currently before us now with regard to that transfer, that the transfer is one thing. Again, that's another issue that I raised last night in my class. Because I teach a class in ethics.
Oh, you teach ethics, right?
I teach a class in ethics.
Yeah, well,
right.
we teach in global business. We do teach about ethics, business ethics, and we do teach about ethics. And we also teach about ethical dilemmas too as well.
Right. So I teach a class in ethics. So I was dealing with that last night. And the issue, for instance, that I raised last night, when a student raised that question of why is Faris Alwari not being charged, I said, that is on the surface. The surface is that he sold a car in 2016 and the car was not transferred until 2021. Can anybody answer the question why the car was not transferred? And of course, my students then asked me, well, tell us why. I said, no, I don't have the evidence, but I could tell you one thing. There's a very good likelihood that Faris Alwari bought that vehicle as soon as he became minister in 2015. According to our laws, if you buy a vehicle and you got all your taxes and duties free, you are supposed to hold that vehicle for 3 years or 5 years. I don't know the exact time frame. And if you sell that vehicle before that time, you are supposed to pay all the back taxes.
Correct, right.
Right? So the mere fact that that vehicle was not transferred in 2016, could it be that there was another crime that is being covered up? And that crime is simply not paying taxes. I leave it there.
Well, Dr. Ragoonath, we always say so. Thank you very kindly for giving us such long time here in the village on WZYE 95.9 FM. Any closing words before you go?
Well, I think I've said more than I should. I'm certain if some people hear this in Trinidad, I'll get into more trouble.
No. Listen, when you speak truth to power, anytime you speak, and listen, Tommy just said this, right? They don't pelt stones at barren mango trees, right? Tommy says that. You don't pelt stones at barren mango trees. So we appreciate you coming into the village very kindly.
And just for your listeners who believe I'm a PNM minister, no, I'm not.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ragoonath. It's a pleasure.
I'm a UNC, so you know, hey.
Yeah, the UNC don't want me either. By the way.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So there you have it, folks. Let me just play this before we go. Hold a minute. Let me get him out of here. All right.
So I just wait, Anselm. I just got a disturbing message. Now, this is not WZYE that the mighty sparrow has passed, but we ain't confirmed, eh? Y'all could check it out.
Oh, that's what you just said?
Yeah, from somebody. Yeah.
All right, let me do this. Why don't call the person who was supposed to be on the program? Who have his number? That person still have his number? Remember the person who you had called?
Yeah. When I come off air tomorrow, I will do that.
Right, so
I had enough for the day.
Hold on.
Expressed by the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff.
Yeah, that would be a tough one.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. And she put it up here on social media. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. All right, let me read through some of these comments quick and before you get ready to know.
Okay, check fish and let me know.
Albert Montano said, Dr. Vishnu, you're already in trouble. Although that was pretty good, though. That was very helpful. All right, so quickly here. Yeah. Lana said, Coast Guard has the right to stop any illegal vessel into our country, and the child lost his life by accident. Curry said, what if the little boat had sank before they reached? Whose fault would that be? These Venice taking a life on their chance. Full 100. Certain people are determined to see the Coast Guard hang for an accidental shooting. I wonder why. True? So
accidental shooting? Accidental shooting?
Yeah.
That was no accidental shooting. All right? That was unnecessary shooting. I don't care what the spin that can't work.
All right.
Any law enforcement officer who uses a weapon unnecessarily on people is clearly unjustified.
If you're involved in an illegal activity,
does not give you the right to kill somebody because they're involved in illegal activity. Answer. The gun is there for your defense. If somebody shoots at you, you can fire back and defend yourself. The gun is not there for you to shoot at your own leisure.
Gary, just as Dr. Bishnu said, none of us know what it's like out there in the dark
It
of night.
doesn't matter. None of us knows what it's like there. It does not warrant Dr. Vishnu degree. Does not qualify him to justify the Coast Guard shooting or any law enforcement, whether it's in the United States or anywhere, shooting on an unarmed person, shooting a refugee fleeing their country under distress. Okay? If they were trafficking guns and they engaged the Coast Guard, by all means, or drugs. But these were people fleeing for their life. Totally unacceptable. And you don't have the leisure of applying for a visa when you're running for your life from the country. Think about these things.
Why do you blame America for what's happening in Venezuela?
Gary and Slim, y'all could continue. I'm going to check out. Good night, my beloved people.
All right, we'll
Stay
fight
safe.
another day.
All right.
We'll fight another day.
So,
Good night, everybody.
Fistic says, Wall Street, why the government send back the witnesses when the world is asking for an investigation? Is that the radar not working? What the government supposed to do? Keep them? If you come here illegally, we supposed to send you back. That's what it is. If you come to a country illegally, they have a right to send you back. You think if they was doing something illegal, Venezuela would have taken them back? Venezuela would say, nah, they might have stay there. Ronnie Muhammad, good night. Rajvi said, at Diana, they will hold you. You can't go to Canada and claim refugee status by walking over the border. Correct is right. Vonnie said, what is most surprising? The government quickly sent the Venice home. Why? So who are the witnesses? They were involved in illegal activities. They can send you back forthwith, right? They could go to Venezuela and take the testimony. They could test the vote via virtual. They don't need to be here to testify. They can do it virtually. Come on. We're in a virtual world these days. Good night, Sharon. How are you? Fistic said Wall Street, but them Coast Guarders abuse our citizen of duty. Oh God. Fistic, you're shifting the goalposts. Them Coast Guarders abuse citizens of duty. When police raid parties, those servicemen does free. So I don't care about them. Let them feel fire. Okay. All right. So fish, let them feel fire, right? And they should fire back too. When there's a possibility, they think their life is in danger. Lana says we are only hearing one side of the story, the Venezuelan side, maybe footage of the incident. Vonnie Robert said, Ansem speaking loud to get his points, but he losing. Loudest is not a strength. Vonnie, Diana win. Ansem like a little bird screaming for his mommy to bring him a worm, laugh out loud. Ansem, why would you tell America to help us instead of protecting Guyana oil from Venezuela? You want me to tell them that? Sharon Bernard said, Bernard, people, what about the pregnant woman that got shot yesterday in Port of Spain? Just asking. I'm not sure about that, Sharon. Ellis Laborde says, Wall Street, you was always a PNM bubbly, but within your mind alone, is a PNM member. Okay, Ellis. Hamidullah Wahid says, yes, the new song is whole. It's on YouTube. I look for it. Ellis said they killed a fisherman from Central about 20 years ago. Fistic says, but the Coast Guard do find dead bodies floating in our waters. How come we not sure if the Coast Guard could carry out these killings and plain they're finding dead bodies? All right. We already talked about that. I was born in 1945, so Bamboo was not there in 1952 by Albert Montano. Albert Montano also said the Princess Margaret Highway was built through Charlie Village in the 60s, and Dr. Williams placed these in the area called Bamboo Number 1 and Bamboo Number 2. They were never given any lease. All right, so there you guys, you have it. Live and direct from a guy who was involved in politics in Bamboo Number 1 and Bamboo Number 2. Right? So basically, what what Albert Montano is saying and letting us know that all of bamboo number 3 is free land. Free land. Right? So if that is so, they shouldn't complain about anything. They should not. Right? Nadia, good night, Nadia. Good night. Joan. Okay, Joan gone. Joan, if you're still there, could you put closing comments in the chat? Joan. Lions Love, could you put closing comments in the chat? Lions Love. Joan, if you're still there. Lions Love, if you're still there, put closing comments in the chat. Alvin Singh, if you're still there, put closing comments in the chat. Alvin Singh. Okay. Alvin Singh. Hamidullah, if you're still there, put closing comments in the chat. And who else? Who else? Who else? Alvin Singh, if he's still there. Nadia. And Kenton Thomas. Kenton Thomas, please put closing comments in the chat. Okay? So Lions Love, Joan, Alvin Singh, Hamidullah Wahid, and Kenton Thomas. Please put closing comments in the chat. Lana, you will wait for a long time for that, eh? Kenton Thomas says, anyone who is privileged to be legal owner of a firearm, including all law enforcement officers, are subjected to ROG. Okay. All right. Fistrixim is down. I don't see any news on the Mighty Sparrow, but they said something else was dead on him. Okay. You know, Sparrow must have died about 45 times already. You know? Yeah. Tommy, are you there?
Yes,
Tommy?
yes, Wall Street. Yes, Wall Street.
We're gonna do some closing comments now. Can you put some closing comments?
You ready for me?
Yeah.
Well, tonight I guess I'm gonna take Diana's place. Hope is the most important word to good living. People hope in almost anything, from the young child to the senior about to make the transition. We hope in other people, we hope in God, we hope in theories, we hope in countries, ultimately hoping for good living or success. Unfortunately, there are those who hope that evil things would happen to another because this makes them feel good or better. The popular thing about people being lost that lack vision should also state that without hope, life is meaningless. However, finally, faith is the thing that we hope for, but unable to see. Pleasant night to each and everyone. It's been a pleasure being in the village.
Thank you, Tommy. So, folks, one of my favorite quotes is by Frederick Douglass. Power concedes nothing without a demand. I heard someone on radio say today that, you know, if you want something, you should ask for it. You know, and I wanted to give her this Frederick Douglass quote. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did. It never will. Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them, and these will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows or with both. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard, and for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. See you. Maybe we will get part 2 of Isha Wells and Inshan Ishmael. Lana says, good night, all stay safe till we meet again in the village. Albert Montano says, I paved all the street in Bamboo number 2 and built a pavilion and play field for cricket and football. Also built concrete drains. Right. Okay. All right. So of course we're gonna go to my favorite song now. Tommy.
Aslam?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
I get cussed for playing that song the other night.
which one?
Voting for Kawe.
Yeah.
The boy, the PNM people cost me too bad, boy. All right, folks, this is our song that we're going out with.
You're back, bro. You can take that.
She's going to be singing Plight of My People. Make some noise for Lady Gypsy.
No plight of my people. Too much a one thing good for nothing. Too much a good thing never enough. I don't know why my black people cannot see. No party never care about we. Every election we so devoted. How we love up we PNM. As soon as election come and go, it's only problem after problem. How could we cope? Man lost their hope. I ain't seeing no solution. Every time PNM come in power, it takes a toll on black man. I don't want to sound like a racist, but this is what I can see. They just take care of the race, but they damn well know they have we. I want to ring me bell, wake up Eric Williams, tell him the party found him PNM needed immediate attention. Ring me bell, wake up Mother Cornhucks, tell she to cast a spell on we party, not what it used to be. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. This thing is becoming out of hand. It's time this damn nonsense stop. If you don't sing a PNM song, from Skinner Park you'll be dropped. Calypsonian could have sing what they want. We were the spokesman for the people. Eric Duffy, Chambers Dunphy, when Kamala drunk how she like to pee. Calypsonian no, that's no way to go. Too much happening in we country. All this killing spree, young woman body, but only about PNM you could sing. All them songs playing on the radio, all you singing with Kamala do. But when PNM do a wrong thing, I ain't hearing a word from you. I want to ring my bell, wake up Mother Cosell. Every Monday she preach on Wack Radio and is the biggest critic of Calypso. Ring my bell for Patsy and Joni. I want them two cultural lovers to know not only PNM song is Calypso. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. will never stop in this country once black people belly empty. How could a man work in CPEP, maintain his whole family? All you say the past regime was so bad, so much wrong thing they done to we. Now that PNM take over, why poor people going hungry? When PNM win, all African grin. Now we get back we country. All they doing is complaining and ain't doing nothing for we. The mess already made, don't sit in the shade and ponder on we problem. Get off your ass and do it fast and find a way to solve them. I want to ring my bell, wake up Randolph Burrows. Tell him among all past police commissioners, up to now is he I prefer. Ring my bell, wake up the Lord Bryna. Tell him the state of Calypso today is a good thing he passed away. If I have no rights to privacy, well, it's best I take off my clothes. Please apologize, Mr. AG, for uttering those silly words. When Munilal say, hush your stink mouth, the whole country come down on he. Nobody tell him but nothing for calling a man stupidity. Please don't get me wrong, I am PNM strong. I will stand defend my party. But when my pocket dry and empty, everyone is my enemy. All you take with Carnival Village, no Calypsonian can make a cent. Great is the PNM, I go sing that and pay my rent. Ring my bell. We can take down this one. I want to hear this. So much of educated black people that was born here in this island, because lack of opportunity migrated to a foreign land. When I was small, in every school hall, Eric Williams face you could see. Now every 5 years a new PNM, you can't identify nobody. When UNC was there, Barack Podebe, they take care of their people. Why you can't do the same thing and stop African from seeing trouble? PNM come and PNM go, it's the same plight of my people. Stop suffering the poor man and make it more young bandit here in this land.